An enormous freight train is out of control, tearing through the Canadian Rockies. The crew does nothing to slow the train's terrifying speed.
Jack, are you there?
Charging the other way, a passenger train with more than 100 people on board.
Front end, Jack, come in.
Oh my God.
Mayday, mayday! We're doing 90 miles an hour, out of control.
Take a life jacket!
Where's the cross car?
Don't let go!
So, almost a year ago, I did a live stream about railway safety. And I really enjoyed that live stream, and seems you guys all did as well. But this time, as you saw from that intro to the documentary, I'm going to show you guys. We're going to be talking about what happens when all safety precautions fail and disaster strikes. Yes, Damo. So, this stream is about what happens when disaster does strike. And if you guys, hold on, I just need to plug my iPad in. If you guys were paying attention to that opening in the documentary, the opening of the documentary, for the first train disaster we're going to talk about tonight, we'll be talking about one that interests me greatly. Partly because of how brutal it is, but also yeah, both how brutal it is, but also sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, we're going to be talking about what happens when disaster does strike. So, looks like we've got a good number of people here tonight. Thought the documentary would be okay because the copyright message didn't show up until just now. I'll just keep pausing it to make sure we don't get copyright blocked. If we do get stream unavailable, then we'll just talk about it by itself. Alright, we've got Martin, Damo, John Murray, Rob, all here tonight so far. Shit. Hold on, everyone. I may also just play the audio of it. Thought it'd be okay because it didn't detect copyrighted content before. Let's just play a bit of the audio for now of the documentary.
It's one of the most spectacular train rides in the world. Every year, thousands of people take the slow and easy way through Canada's Rocky Mountains. Avoiding traffic, they take the train and leave the driving to somebody else. In late winter, 1986, a gentle trip through the Rockies will end tragically.
It was like a mini atom bomb. And all of a sudden it ignited. Woof.
So I won't be able to show the actual
I can hear the
documentary
women.
itself. I won't be able to show the actual I'll just have to keep switching back to here so it just plays only the audio. I'll just have to keep switching back between the documentary and this and the stream page. Make sure we don't get copyrighted. It'll be fine. Let's wait for that to go, and we'll continue. I know, Damo. Tell you what, I'll get the page of the disaster up. If we do end up getting constantly copyrighted with this, I'll get the Wikipedia article up for the Hinton disaster up. This is the first one I want to talk about tonight, the Hinton disaster. That's what the thumbnail is. Hello, Ethan. Nice to see you.
Screaming, you know, to save her baby.
And I'll also get another video about the Hinton train disaster up. Hello, gamer. My boy. Chicken and chips are for dinner. I would show Thunderbolt 1000 Siren Productions' documentary on the Hinton disaster, but he's very iffy about his content being used. Very obvious AI generated thumbnail there. No.
An investigation makes shocking discoveries about the Canadian railroad industry.
At that time, I didn't think that anything was wrong.
But he's been fine, Martin. Train died.
February the 8th, 1986. Spectacular northern lights dance across the sky over
is
Edson,
shocking.
Alberta in Western Canada. Driving freight trains has been a lifelong dream for 48-year-old Canadian National Railways engineer Jack Hudson. But after 16 years on the job, he knows all too well that it can be a grueling career.
Yes, it can.
Because Canadian freight trains travel such vast distances,
I might get around it if I put it on 1.2 times speed.
up to 12 local crews may be used in the course of one cross-country journey.
Yeah, that could be a way to get around it, putting on a slightly faster speed.
Hudson works a mountainous stretch of track through Alberta, running between his hometown of Jasper.
Not in the mood tonight. Yes, I know. Oh boy, I'm so hungry I could eat an octorock. 3 weeks later, many months later, so much later, the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
And Edson to the east. Like many trainmen, Hudson works a regular beat, driving over the same stretch of track, then turning around again with another train, day after day.
Let's see if this works. Many...
At around 11 p.m. last night, Hudson got off the freight train.
Yeah, I was sure this documentary wasn't copyright sensitive, but... I was sure this documentary wasn't copyright sensitive, but... I'm obviously mistaken. Because it didn't appear on the thing initially.
From Jasper, and spent the night here in the company bunkhouse at Edson.
Station.
Now he's up again after just 3.5 hours of sleep, ready to return to Jasper. At the station, he's joined by his brakeman. Like Hudson, 25-year-old Mark Edwards lives in Jasper. And like Hudson, he hasn't slept very much.
Did you get some rest? Not much. Got a touch of the flu. Could use a full night's sleep.
Hudson and Edwards will...
Okay, I think putting it on 1.2 times speed seems to be working. It says it may be temporarily blocked, but that hasn't happened yet, so...
again after
Keep
just
going.
3.5 hours of sleep,
So he hasn't
ready to
got
return
much
to
sleep.
Jasper.
Jack Hudson, the engineer, Canadian national engineer, he hasn't got much sleep.
At the station, he's joined by his brakeman. Like Hudson, 25-year-old Mark Edwards lives in Jasper. And like Hudson, he hasn't slept very much.
Did you get some rest? Not much. Got a touch of the flu. Could use a full night's sleep.
Hudson and Edwards will ride up front in the first engine. Hudson drives the train, while Edwards keeps an eye on the brakes and pitches in if Hudson needs any help.
I know.
Known to his
Damo.
fellow railmen as Smitty, 33-year-old Wayne Smith is Hudson's conductor. He's the last of the 3-man crew in charge of the freight train this morning.
Smitty?
Smith rides in a caboose, the last car in the train. He acts as an extra set of eyes, making sure the men in the front end know what's going on behind them. The 3 men are long-time employees of Canadian National, or CN, Rail. And all of them have been up and down this length of track countless times before.
Yes, gamer.
The train they're riding today is enormous. CN Train 413 is just under 2 kilometers long. The cars are filled with a collection of grain, metal pipes, and chemicals. It tips the scales at more than 11 million kilos. As the freighter rolls into Edson, it slows to a crawl, but doesn't stop. Getting it started again would take time, and the crew wants their trip to begin as soon as possible. Hudson and Edwards take the train on the...
Yeah, this seems to be... Oh wait, never mind, it's not working. I thought it was working, playing it at 1.2 times speed, but it isn't. Guess there's no point.
fly, boarding it as it rolls slowly along. According to CN Rail's Code of Conduct, this is illegal, but it's something crews do routinely. With the
result
caboose
of
still
the
nearly 2 kilometers away,
crash.
Smith stands by the track to inspect the cargo as it crawls by. He makes sure there's nothing obviously wrong with the freight or the cars carrying it.
All set, Jack. Clear signal leaving Edson.
Clear signal leaving Ensign.
Another part of Smith's job is to stay in touch with the front end of the train. He's supposed to make sure they're alert throughout the journey. Now, with the caboose pulling alongside the platform, Smith climbs aboard.
Okay, he's got the brakes off.
Yes.
You're good to go.
Yeah, the tale of the Hinton disaster is very tragic. There are some very baffling discoveries. Some very baffling things were found out. No, John Murray, not yet. I'm getting around it by constantly pausing. Scratch your bum, unless I say so. Yes, when you find out the practices that Canadian National were doing that were one of the causes of the Hinton disaster, you guys will be shocked. That's all I'm going to say for now.
See you later.
At 6:40 a.m., Hudson pushes the throttle. The freight train picks up speed as its 8,000 horsepower diesel engines open up. The CN freight train begins the long haul west to Jasper. The men are going home.
What this documentary doesn't state is the actual trains involved, what the actual trains involved in the crash were. Development of Raptordogs is progressing well. Is there a train disaster that's worse than the Hinton disaster? Oh, there are so many others that are far worse than Hinton. But, Damo, but there may be a lot others so much worse, but Hinton is one of the most infamous because of how shocking it was and how easily avoidable it was. What do you mean you can't goon, Sawyer? Welcome. Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll talk about the Eshede disaster, the ICE disaster, the ICE Eshede disaster in this stream as well. So the freight train, number 413, an EMD GP 38-2 and 2 EMD SD 40s. Why is that, Jacob? Welcome to the stream regardless. Yeah, if you want, Sawyer, we'll talk about the Great Heck one at some point in this stream. First, though, I want to talk about the Hinton one, because this disaster is just so baffling. I know, Martin. Took place on a railway. That would be crazy, James. But yeah, speaking of Raptordogs, I have now decided that there is going to be a Raptordogs episode inspired by the Hinton disaster. It's going to be season 4, episode 4 of Raptordogs, and I'm going to call it Dead Tired. Why I'm calling it that? Oh, how long, Jacob? How long's the walk, Jacob? The reason I'm going to call it Dead Tired, you will find out in this stream.
Dispatcher to 413.
Now, this is actual dialogue that was this is something that was actually said between Jack Hudson and the dispatcher in Edmonton. This is actual dialogue that was used, either recovered from the archive recordings at Edmonton or from the locomotive's black box after it crashed. Yes, yes, for those who don't know, trains nowadays do also have black box data recorders and voice recorders, just as aircraft do.
Good morning, dispatcher.
Good morning, Jack.
But Hudson isn't sure exactly how long his train is, or precisely what he's carrying.
Dispatcher at Medicine Lodge here. I haven't had...
I can tell you precisely what the train was carrying. So, the freight train was formed of 3 locomotives, and it was an EMG GP38-2, 2 EMD SD40s, a high-speed snow spreader, 35 cylindrical grain hoppers, 7 bulkhead flat cars loaded with pipes, 45 sulfur hoppers, 20 loaded tank cars, 6 more grain cars, and a caboose. So yeah, grain, metal pipes, and hazardous chemicals. HST tour, then a Class 52, 46, and 42, and then a Class 69. Well, the Kestrel liveried one, cool. Yes, I have, Jacob. Train derailments if bad circles took place on the railway? Without question, James.
Not a chance yet.
So yeah, that was exactly what the train was formed of. What CN freight train number 413 was formed of, for those who are interested. So yeah, that answers the question on what exactly the train was carrying. Cassie, hello, can you stay here for once this time, Cassie? What the hell do you mean, when is next month?
Oh, that's, you got pretty well grain cars, eh?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. This should be the right length then. Okay, thanks.
As 413 roars west,
Really,
a
Cassie?
Via passenger
That's a
train
nice sunrise shot.
speeds east on the same track.
Via rail passenger train speeding east on the same track.
Via Rail's supercontinental passenger train number 4 is cruising toward Edmonton, Alberta.
Yeah, nowadays the supercontinental doesn't run anymore. I know, Sawyer, it's ridiculous what Cassie asks. Can't believe it's almost August already. It's ridiculous how fast these years are going now. 5 to 6 days, I know. So as for the passenger train that was heading east, it was the supercontinental that was heading east, but nowadays the supercontinental no longer runs. It's now been replaced by the Canadian transcontinental service that runs from Toronto to Vancouver about 2 times a week in each direction. So yeah, the supercontinental has since been replaced by the Canadian. It was some very old rolling stock. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah, it probably was a mistake to show that documentary. I know Thunderbolt 1000 Siren Productions is a bit iffy on his videos being shown, but just show some snippets from it. As I was saying, guys, so the passenger train is heading east. So Jack Hudson, Mark Edwards. So engineer Jack Hudson, brakeman Mark Edwards, and conductor Wayne Smith. They were travelling west on freight train number 413, and travelling east was the passenger train. So the passenger train was formed of F-series diesel locomotives. Several passenger cars and several steam generator cars. I believe it was actually 2 sets that had been coupled together. 2 separate passenger trains coupled together. So there were several steam generator cars as well to provide heating. We need a bum. He what? Bumming all over his honey. Jesus. Two separate scheduled services are being coupled together at Jasper. Transferred to Edmonton for maintenance. 94 passengers in total were on board, 14 stewards and 7 crew members. Mike Patesley and Emmy Miller were the engineers. That means drivers.
Trains, which were complete.
I probably won't show the footage from the Thunderbolts documentary.
Lodge here.
Might be a little too.
Get daylight here now.
At Medicine Lodge, outpost 155.8 on the Edson sub,
Bye,
Hudson
Jacob.
brought train 413 into the siding
know,
to the
James.
north of the main track to allow those 2 eastbound freights to pass. Since 413 was just shorter than the siding, the process of moving the train into the siding without passing the signal at the siding's west end involved careful train handling by Hudson and Smitty until they were clear of the main line. 100 miles the train back. This indicated the train should prepare to stop at the next signal and reduce to medium speed.
15 pounds.
This was
Nice,
because
Sawyer.
413 was going to be switched off the main track again, this time to allow Via Rail number 4 to pass them just like the previous eastbound.
See, I like how how Thunderbolts 1000 Siren Productions is using an accurate representation of what the trains actually would have looked like as they traveled towards each other. I know, Sawyer.
According to testimony from conductor Smitty, he recalled seeing the signal mast of this very signal and trying to get a hold of the This was because 434 asked of this very signal and try to get a hold of the head end to ask about the signal aspect, since the head end is supposed to call signals as they pass them, but was unsuccessful. He even tried hopping radio channels to reach out to them, but got no response.
Watch the demo.
That defect detector mentioned earlier also reported in its data log that the train wasn't actually slowing down.
Yeah, the train wasn't.
It was actually going faster even exceeding the track speed of 50 miles an hour.
Yes, so 413 for some reason wasn't slowing down, it was speeding up.
Going nearly 10 over the limit. If it doesn't stop soon, it'll rejoin back onto the main line, straight into the path of the Via Rail train. Then the train crossed over a railroad crossing at the Obed mine. Again, according to Smith's testimony, he stated he didn't hear the train blow the horn for this crossing, but didn't exactly expect to hear it from that far in the consist. CP halted them and forced its way through the switch and back onto the main line,
Yeah, 'cause it
jamming the
forced it-
switch in the process from the enormous force and speed.
Yeah, so the freight train forced its way back onto the main line. It ran a red. So yeah, the freight train 413 ran a red light and it ran a red signal and forced its way back onto the main line.
Meanwhile, Via Rail number 4 is departing Hinton Station 5 minutes late, completely oblivious of the danger ahead. Passengers at that moment were either enjoying breakfast or chatting up with friends and fellow passengers, including World War II Royal Marine veteran Kenneth Cuttle, who was chatting up with another English veteran in the dome car. In interviews, he stated he glimpsed
Fine,
over the
Martin.
shoulder of his friend and noticed a flickering light ahead of the Via Rail train.
Flickering light.
And not knowing the track layout, he expected it was another train and they were going to pass by it later on. But 18 seconds later, as the light got closer and closer, the horrible looming reality began to unfold.
Yeah.
Stop our track!
There's another one. No, I didn't, Martin. That's what happened. Uh-oh. And that's what happened to Martin. To both trains, the Supercontinent, Via Rail number 4, and CN Freight Train number 413. Brutal accident. Oh shit. Hello, LP fan. I think so, Sire, yeah. Most of the locomotives were unfortunately unsalvageable and were all scrapped. But I think one of the locomotives, like one of the middle diesel locomotives, Sorry about that, guys. I think it got blocked again because Thunderbolt Sirens video also used footage from the documentary. No, no, it's not age restricted. Sorry, guys, just a minute. Sorry, guys. No, it isn't, Martin. I think that happened again because I showed more documentary stuff. I know.
Over.
Hello, Ian here, dispatcher. There was a meeting here. We're just over the switch and we're all over the bush here. About me, cloud of... Hello, Edson. Hold of the head.
The two trains had collided head-on at a combined speed of nearly 124 miles per hour, or 200 kilometers an hour.
200 kilometers an hour.
The collision was so violent, it sent cars and pipes flying through the air like toys. One grain hopper was even launched upward into the air and crashed down on top of a coach like a Japanese sumo wrestler. When the dust settled, the air became dead silent and dark. A fire.
Yeah, this is what happened. In fact, I'll show you guys the news report footage. That probably won't be copyright claimed.
February marks the 25th anniversary of one of the worst rail disasters.
Here we are. I shouldn't have any copyright issues with just an old, outdated news report.
February marks the 25th anniversary of one of the worst rail disasters in Canadian history. In 1986, a Via Rail passenger train heading east from Jasper slammed head-on into a CN freight train just outside Hinton, Alberta. 23 people were killed, 71 others were injured.
So yeah, the Hinton train disaster killed 23 people and injured 71 others.
Via Rail passenger train heading east from Jasper slammed head-on into a CN freight train just outside Hinton, Alberta. 23 people were killed, 71 others were injured. 86-year-old Kenneth Cuttle, who lives in Victoria, was on the Via train. A-News reporter Eric Thompson has more.
Kenneth Cuttle is one of the survivors of that train disaster. He says he will never forget that morning. Hard to forget something like that. Kenneth, thanks for coming in. Let's talk first of all about what you remember on the day of the crash. You were sitting in what we call the observation car. What did you see?
Yeah, the dome car.
Sadly, Kenneth Cuttle died in 2015, I think. So he survived the crash, but he died in 2015. Nothing to do with the crash, though, so... Rest in peace, Kenneth, and thank you for your service, I guess.
Actually, been in Jasper. We'd stopped at Jasper, and I had a stroll around Jasper with this English tourist, a young fellow about 25. I didn't know him, we just palled up. We got back on the train, and he wanted me to go with him to his carriage where he was sat. I said, no, let's go up in the dome car. We'll get a good view. The sun's just coming up. And it'll be something worthwhile seeing. So that's where we landed, up in the dome car.
And did you see this crash happening?
I was sat looking forward towards the train, and he was like where you are now. And the train, suddenly I saw lights flickering in the trees quite a way off. And I assumed it was another train coming towards us, but I also assumed, incorrectly, that there was two lines and it was going to pass. But it didn't. The two trains hit.
It didn't, and that's what happened. Yeah, this is something else I wasn't able to show you guys, the footage of the wreckage itself. This was helicopter footage that was taken not long after the crash. You can see the coaches and the middle locomotive there all wrecked. The grain and the pipes all spilled everywhere. It was just terrible.
Head on. We were doing, I believe they said in the inquiry, about 70 odd miles an hour.
70 miles.
And the freight train.
Look at all the pipes scattered across the track. All of the grain cars all crushed up. Just a total
should have
wreck.
been on a loop line, but had come off. It was travelling downhill from Obed Lake, miles an hour. And the freight train, which should have been on a loop line, but had come off, it was travelling downhill from Obed Lake, and that was doing over 50 miles an hour, which was far more than what it was supposed to be.
What was the moment of impact like for you?
I said at the time, and I'm still going to refer to it the same way, it was like a mini atom bomb.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what Kenneth Kettle said in the documentary. So yeah, what does everyone think of this awful crash? What do you think of it, Sawyer?
Supposed to be.
What was the moment of impact like for you?
I said at the time, and I'm still going to refer to it the same way, it was like a mini atom bomb. There was a huge pall of black smoke that formed a mushroom, and that was when we hit head on. And then everything was in the air. There was massive long steel pipes. There was everything you can imagine was airborne. Tonnage up there in the sky coming towards us. Unfortunately, it stopped right before the dome car. All the other carriages were crashed and flattened. Anybody in there had no chance at all.
Quite a few people died. 23 died, 71 injured.
Yeah, both the railway workers in both locomotives, the driver and brakemen of both trains were killed. Thankfully, the conductors of both trains survived. Conductor Herbert Timpey of the passenger train and Wayne Smith of the freight train, thankfully both survived. I'll have a look at that in a moment, MLP fan. I know, Damo, very tragic.
There were 5 people in the dome car. You were one of them. You helped the other 4 get out, and 2 of them in particular. Tell me how you managed to help them.
Well, I said it was, fortunately, the damage that was coming like a tidal wave our way stopped just before the dome car, but then I was thrown right over backwards, right down to the end of the carriage with this guy on top of me, the young guy I was talking to. I was up immediately, looked up, the dome car, the glass in the dome roof was cracked. I went straight up, jumped on a chair and went head first up through the glass, and I sat there. A lady who'd been sleeping alongside came and I lifted her up and she said, how am I going to get down? And I said something very naughty. I said, for F's sake, you know, get cracking. And then the young fella helped him up and the other 2 guys were coming towards the part that I'd smashed open, the avenue of escape, as I call it. Yeah. And then I jumped.
We are out of time, but you have a very quick message for the government. You haven't heard from anyone in the government at all, federal or provincial.
No.
And you were hoping that at some point they might recognize what you did and the fact that you had gone through this ordeal.
Yes, a little something to get off my chest. In the latter years of my life, I would like to get some recognition from the governing body. I may be the unsung hero, but I played my part. Maybe the time has come for them to play theirs.
Yeah, to play theirs and make Canada's railways safer.
And thanks to the media who have publicised the events of this tragic disaster throughout the passing years. Thank you.
Ken, thank you for joining us.
Okay, no
Nice
problem.
to meet you. Ken Cuddle, one of the survivors of the Hinton train crash.
Just a minute, guys. All right. So yeah, this is that was the aftermath of the crash. Huge pile of train wreckage. You missed the two trains colliding, John Murray, and the documentary did get the stream copyright blocked temporarily anyway. But this was the wreckage of the Hinton train disaster. This is what happened in the aftermath.
Began to spread in the wreckage of the passenger
Fire.
cars. A sumo wrestler. When the dust settled, the air became dead silent and dark. A fire began to spread in the wreckage of the passenger cars, thanks to the locomotives of both trains, which were completely eviscerated in the collision.
Yes, they were both eviscerated. Train documentary VHS news, nice. Yeah, was nasty. John Murray, respect indeed.
A fire began to spread in the wreckage of the passenger cars, thanks to the locomotives of both trains, which were completely eviscerated in the collision, puncturing their fuel tanks and instantly killing the head-end crews of both trains.
Yeah, that makes sense. Both killed.
Passengers struggle to free themselves from the carnage, as well as help others to escape. Cuddle even smashed his head through the dome car's cracked window to open up an escape route. The spilled grain not only helped smother some of the fire, but also acted as a cushion as people leapt from the train cars. Many are too injured to escape and succumb to the
So yeah, that Canada hopper there completely crushed.
Fire and smoke. One man even went back into the train to find his wife, only to be found dead alongside his already deceased wife, never to rise. As this is going on, Smitty's on the radio with dispatch, unaware he is the sole survivor of his own crew.
Okay.
Yes. Oh yeah. on. Oh yeah, I meant to say this at the start of this stream. This stream tonight is dedicated to all the people who lost their lives in every train disaster we'll be talking about tonight.
I get something.
For the even experienced
Experienced officers were shocked by it as well.
Alright.
rescuers, including members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, descended on the scene 45 minutes after the crash. The remote area was found to be quite difficult to access. Even experienced officers that saw death in accidents or in warfare as soldiers before becoming first responders couldn't believe what they were seeing as they rescued survivors.
Even hardened rescuers were shocked by this.
And recovered bodies. Some survivors were literally frozen from fear and the sheer horror that stood before them. Firefighters hosed down the wreckage in order to put out the fire. As this was going on, 2 officers of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police spot Smitty walking up to the head end with a radio in hand. Upon him asking about the condition of the head end crew, the officers knew they couldn't keep the truth from him. He would never see Hudson or Edwards ever again.
Oh, poor man. Poor Smitty. I don't know, MLP fan. Most of the rolling stock and all the locomotives were scrapped, damaged beyond economical repair, and were scrapped. But thankfully, one of the Via Rail units were repaired. An entirely new cab. Retired in September 2011. And as Sawyer said earlier in the stream, it has now been preserved. Number 6300.
This left Smitty in a state of shock and distress, according to officer testimony.
Number 6300, only surviving locomotive from the disaster. Poor man.
In total, 23 people are dead. 71 are injured. It was Canada's worst train wreck since the Dugald accident of 1947 that killed
accident of 1947, damn.
31, and one of the worst of all time until the 2017 Lac-Mégantic crash that killed 47. $30 million of property from both railroads are totally destroyed.
But what
Commission of Inquiry, the cellular the head commission radio just in a second.
So one theory was that there had been a breakdown in communications caused by electromagnetic interference with the radios due to the Northern Lights. But... oh, is John Murray still there? But... oh, is James Lister still there, or has he gone off to have dinner? Blow bubble through his nose, Jesus. Yeah, that was one theory. Another theory, but then it was found out that all the crewed members of Canadian National, the freight operator, were seriously lacking sleep.
Would have gone red as a result of 413 fouling past the Dalehurst switch in sightings. 2 passengers stated they saw the red signal sufficiently prior to the collision and that they would have had time to react by...
Nice to see you. Cool, John Murray. So as you can tell tonight, Odds, tonight's stream is themed to railway train disasters. We've nearly been going for an hour, but the first one we're talking about tonight is one of the most infamous. Chat hello for me. That's interesting, Odd. I wonder why. But anyway, first train disaster we're talking about tonight, Odd, is the Hinton train disaster, which occurred in Canada. Where you see boat disasters, no, train disasters. Yeah, boat, well, like the Titanic, Odd, boat disasters. Basically, Odd, what happened was... Well, basically, Odd, what happened was that it was never fully confirmed what actually happened in the cab of the freight train, but yes, Odd, sadly, yes. 23 people were killed in the Hinton train crash. Now, what happened was that, it's about to be mentioned, but what happened was, what probably happened was that the two men in the front locomotive, they had gotten such little sleep due to the Canadian National Railroad's policy of having their drivers on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's alright, I understand, Odd, but... Very well, then. Sorry, just replying to Neon. So, hold on. But yes, odds. Canadian National were engineers for exhausting their workers so much. It's a very long freight train as well. Crashed into a passenger train. Into a transcontinental passenger train.
Applying an emergency brake. Another recognized train number 4 even if they did apply emergency brakes, it would have done absolutely nothing to prevent or lessen the impact. This is where we're going to compare the hours of service between all of the
Yes. Now listen carefully to this. This is the hours of service that some this is the work hours that some of Canadian National's employees had to work, and this is what caused their extreme fatigue and caused the engineer Jack Hudson and brakeman Mark Edwards, who were both on the freight train which ran the red signal and crashed, to fall asleep at the controls.
For the sake of comparison, we're going to compare the hours of service between all of the CN crew members and compare it with the VIA crew. Hudson's hours of work indicated that after Christmas of 1985, he was off work until January 2nd. He worked that day and then booked off sick until the 10th. He worked almost every day from January 10th to the day of the collision, with a few exceptions. On each of those exceptions, records indicated he was available, but not required. The trips between Jasper and Edston ranged between 3 hours 45 minutes to 7 hours 50 minutes long on average. The layovers in Edston ranged from 0 to 6 hours. In the 30 days prior to the collision, there were 9 occasions where Hudson's time off duty away from home was less than 3 hours, and on 5 occasions, there was no hours at all. The layovers in Jasper ranged from 2 hours 25 minutes to over 24 hours. The day before the crash, Hudson was also assigned.
Yeah, they were so... Yeah, Canadian National... Before the Hinton disaster, Canadian Nationals' work hours was so unpredictable.
And a train 8:40, which left Jasper at 18:15 and arrived in Edston at 22:50. He went off duty in Edston at 23:20 and went to the Edston bunkhouse. Hudson was next seen in the bunkhouse kitchen at about 0400, where he was washing the dishes, indicated that he had been up long enough to have made himself some late-night food.
Are you still there, Rod, or are you typing a long message, or did one of your message get deleted? Yeah, this is where it happened, the small town of Hinton in Alberta, Canada. And the disaster would have happened somewhere around here. You still there, Rod, or have you gone off somewhere? Chat seems to have gone dead. Yeah, the disaster, actually, no. That's still double track. Would have been around here that the disaster happened. Somewhere between here and here. That the Hinton disaster happened. Somewhere around Pedley is most likely where it happened. Oh dear.
So, if he slept at all, Hudson had at most 3.5 hours of sleep during the layover in Edston. For Trainman Edwards, he had worked 18 days since the beginning of 1986. In that time, he completed 13 round trips between Jasper and Blue River, McBride, or Edston. Prior to 11 of those trips, he had in excess of 24 hours off duty before reporting to work, and on 2 other occasions, he was off duty approximately 17 hours. On 5 trips, Edwards had no layover in the away from home terminal. On the remaining 8 trips, the layovers ranged between 30 minutes and 12 hours 25 minutes. His longest uninterrupted time on duty was 13 hours 5 minutes, and on January 16th, the return trip to Blue River occupied 17 hours 55 minutes with a 1 hour 45 minute layover in Blue River. Prior to departure for Edston on February 7th, Smitty asked Edwards whether he expected to be taking rest in Edston. There, Edwards told him he wasn't really feeling well and could use a good night's sleep, being under the weather with the flu. Smith said that Edwards still seemed fit for work, and apparently despite his complaint, Edwards also agreed. On arrival in Edston, Edwards asked the station staff when to expect a return trip to Jasper. He was told it'd be between
Everyone's still there. Chat's gone
0300 or 0400 in the morning. He didn't book rest, but went to the bunkhouse, had a short conversation with fellow employees, and went to bed. This would have been around 23:30. Edwards asked that he be given a 1 hour notification before he goes on duty. When the operator did so at 4:45, he wasn't there. He was already in the bunkhouse kitchen getting ready for work. Therefore, Edwards had, at best, less than 5 hours sleep. Not quite the good sleep he was hoping for. And then there's Smitty, where things get pretty hairy. He had worked almost exclusively on the Jasper-Edson route since mid-June of 1985. From New Year's Day 1986 to the day of the collision, he had completed 22 trips, 18 of which were return trips to Edson, and 4 were loops around Jasper without an intervening away-from-home terminal, with layovers ranging between 15 to 24 hours. On one occasion, Smith made a trip to Edson and back in 14 hours, 30 minutes, with a 1 hour 45 minute layover in Edson. This was followed by a 1 hour 45 minute layover in Jasper and a 10 hour 10 minute return trip to Edson, which included a 1 hour 5 minute layover in Edson. Those 2 return trips, which occurred on January 15th and 16th, occupied 26 and a half hours, of which time Smitty was on duty for 21 hours, 55 minutes.
21 hours.
On January 27th, on one of the tours, beginning and ending in Jasper without interruption, Smitty was on duty for a continuous 18 hours, 30 minutes. Smith had taken the train to Edson on February 6th, arriving there at around 1500. He was released at Deadhead back to Jasper at 2100 on a freight train leaving at that time, but actually stayed overnight in Edson and took the bus back to Jasper at around 1100. He did odd jobs around town in the afternoon and reported to work at 1600. Upon arrival in Edson on February 7th, after completing his duties, Conductor Smith went for a cup of coffee with the operator at around midnight. He returned at the operator's apartment when the operator returned to work. He said that he slept until 5:15 and was awakened after a phone call from the station called him to work at 5:45. This means he had less than 4 hours of sleep that night. That's not a lot of rest. Compare that
especially
to the
considering how long. Especially considering how long. Everyone was being made to be on duty.
Rail crew. The routine for engineers in passenger service was that they worked 2 days and then had 1 day off. The Via Rail crew were confirmed to be on that routine, meaning that they were quite well rested. Class 1 railroad freight crews, especially that of the CN crew that day, were, and to an extent still, are quite erratic. One day you'll be called for a train at 4 in the morning, another time it would be at 2 in the afternoon, and so on and so on. Crews don't always know with certainty when they'll be on duty until about 2 hours before they are to report for work. Some employees are able to predict when they'll be called, but it's not something you should be relying on. On top of that, the shifts are often quite long, sometimes exceeding the Federal Railroad Administration's limit of 12 hours on duty. Of the engineer...
Oh my god. Yeah, if they were constantly exceeding the 12-hour limit, Canadian National were constantly exceeding the 12-hour limit, you know...
examined during a study in January of 1986, 3 of the 21 engineers had an average shift length between 12 to 15 hours. About 1/3 of the shifts of a group of 15 engineers exceeded 12 hours, and 8 of the 21 engineers showed at least one shift of 16 hours or longer during that period in January. The most shocking instance was an engineer who pulled a 21.25 hour shift continuously.
12 to 15 hours. Exceeded 12 hours. One shift of 16 hours or longer. 21.25 hour shift. Then after 3 hours off duty, then after only 3 hours off duty, a shift of another nearly 21 hours.
And after 3 hours off duty, proceeded to another shift of 20.75 hours. Yikes. To add to that, Engineer Hudson's medical record was
Oh yeah, this is another thing. Jack Hudson's medical record wasn't good either. This was probably another cause of him. Another cause of him. Starting off with the controls.
extremely poor. He had high blood pressure, He was an alcoholic, a heavy smoker, and suffered from type 2 diabetes and pancreatitis. The latter necessitated a surgery, resulting in him wearing a colostomy bag, which occurred in the summer of 1985. CN, however, made little effort to follow up on his medical record and alcoholism, so it's likely he could have suffered a heart attack, stroke, or been in diabetic comatose just before the accident. But if that was the
Coma
case,
just before the accident. Damn. It's possible he might have had a heart attack or a stroke as well at some point during that.
CN, however, made little effort to follow up on his medical record and alcoholism, so it's likely he could have suffered a heart attack, stroke, or been in diabetic comatose just before the accident. But if that was the case, why didn't Brakeman Edwards take action? On the conductor's side of the locomotive is a brake lever that, when pulled, puts the train into emergency stop. Contrary to popular belief, the conductor is in charge of the train, regardless of how much more experienced the engineer is. Investigators concluded he was likely fast asleep in the cab, not just because of the lack of adequate rest, but the constant riding over the same stretch of rails over and over again.
Exactly, and also because Mark Edwards claimed he had the flu.
In the form of a so-called highway hypnosis, only it's train tracks instead of road. This very likely could have...
The crew of freight train number 413 were indeed dead tired, literally, because Jack Hudson and Mark Edwards were both killed. So quite literally, they were both dead tired.
Made him asleep on the job. However, there's a safety switch known as the dead man's pedal on the engineer's side. This foot pedal must be depressed at all times during operation to prevent the train decelerating to a stop. It was a safety system implemented after accidents like the mysterious Newark Bay Bridge accident in 1958 on the Central Railroad of New Jersey. However, this system was proven to be uncomfortable for crews and very easy to defeat, as anything heavy enough, such as a coupling knuckle or bag, could be put on the pedal to keep it pushed at all times.
The dead man's pedal was also disabled to keep it depressed.
None of these theories could be proven, though, as the lead locomotives of both trains were totally
Went
destroyed.
out with a bang.
So then it all...
Jesus Christ, Dan. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it was pretty tragic, regardless, Dan. Yeah, the accident was pretty tragic, regardless, Dan. It wasn't really the crew's fault, though. More than anything, it was Canadian National's fault, the Hinton disaster, more than anything. Because they didn't make sure that their crews got sufficient enough sleep. They didn't stick to the Federal Railroad Administration's policy of not having of the maximum shift length of crews being 12 hours. Not only did they not comply with that, but they also didn't dismiss Jack Hudson. Canadian National knew of Jack Hudson's poor medical record, but they didn't dismiss him when they should have. So, more than anything, the Hinton disaster was Canadian National's fault. I know, Damo. Hang on, guys. I just need the toilet, then I'll be right back. Anyone comes while I'm gone, you know the drill. Tell them I died in a tornado. Yeah, we'll move on to talking about other train crashes besides Hinton in a moment. First, though, I need the loo. I'll be right back, guys. Then when I get back, I'll get some water as well. Just a minute, guys. Yes, John Murray, you do. Alright, I'm back. Just chat saying. No, the chat hasn't said anything. Hold on, let me get my... Alright. Boom, boom. Oh, sorry.
Falls down to Smitty. Why didn't he stop the train? In cabooses, there's a little whistle that hisses upon brake applications as the air pressure reduces to apply the brakes. Some older passenger cars have something similar. However, it was found to be a nuisance for crews, and more often than not, was muted with rope or adhesive tape to muffle the noise. Hence why Smitty in testimony stated that he quote-unquote felt the slack action of the train's brakes applying, only that was actually more or less the gradient of the territory doing that. He stated he constantly tried to contact the head end. However, some train crews on other trains and other employees tuned into the radio channels deny that such a thing ever happened.
Yeah, so Smitty might have also been asleep at the time of when they were travelling towards the passenger train, so that's most likely why the crew members never heard Smitty give any radio calls.
And, if he couldn't reach the head end, there was a brake cord similar to that on the conductor's side of the lead locomotive that could have been pulled if there was any communication breakdown, but he never pulled it. According to Smitty, he said he felt like the train was still in control, and that some of the static he supposedly heard was probably the crew trying to talk to him.
Either that, or Smitty was simply fast asleep at the time.
Other expert opinions state he was probably just as drowsy and sleepy as the rest.
That's exactly what I just said. He was just as drowsy and sleepy.
To the crew, leading to investigators labeling Smitty's post-crash testimony as unreliable and contradicting. But what do you think?
I don't know what to think.
The inquiry on the accident was published in December 1986, numbering over 205 pages. While a definitive concrete cause of the accident wasn't found, the main factors were still listed. First, Hudson's failure to acknowledge and follow
Mark Edwards eating too much of Smitty's crisps. God damn it.
While a definitive concrete cause of the accident wasn't found, the main factors were still listed.
Yes.
First, Hudson's failure to acknowledge and follow the signal aspects, likely due to his poor medical background that led to him likely being incapacitated.
And tiredness.
Second was the crew not having adequate rest prior to the accident, which led to the brakeman failing to intervene and stop the train should anything happen to Hudson.
Yes.
And third was Smitty failing to follow operating procedures by stopping the train via the emergency brake valve in the caboose if he couldn't reach the head end. In a testimony, he even remarked that the head end crew was likely asleep.
So why didn't he stop the train if he knew they were
This
asleep?
led to Smitty being sacked from Canadian National on July 25th, 1986. The United Transportation Union appealed Smith's dismissal almost a year later, and when CN declined the appeal, Michael G. Pisher of the Canadian Railway Office of Arbitration ruled in Smith's favor, stating that he should be reinstated to CN in a position other than conductor, after Smithy of arbitration ruled in Smith's favor almost a year later, and when CN declined the appeal, Michael G. Pisher of the Canadian Railway Office of Arbitration ruled in Smith's favor, stating that he should be reinstated to CN in a position other than conductor, after Smithy tearfully expressed remorse for his role in the crash. His current whereabouts are unknown, but it's probably for the best that it's left in anonymity.
Nice, James.
The crew of CN 413, though, weren't the sole cause of the wreck, nor should they be regarded as such. CN knew about Hudson's poor health and alcoholism, but failed to follow up on infractions and operating rule violations regarded as such.
Sorry about that,
CN
Andrew.
knew about Hudson's poor health and alcoholism, but failed to follow up on infractions and operating rule violations within CN. Reset Safety Control was a safety system that was around at the time of the accident. On a set time interval, a loud, almost obnoxious-sounding alerter goes off in the cab. This must be acknowledged by the engineer by pushing a reset button, blowing the horn, moving the throttle, or the brake lever, and if none of the following occurs after a set amount of time, usually 10 seconds, it'll trigger an emergency brake application thinking that the engineer is asleep. A constant nuisance for crews?
Well, no, not Thunderbolt 1000 Siren documentaries, but we will be talking about various train disasters throughout the stream.
Perhaps. But does it do its job to keep a constant nuisance for crews? Perhaps. But does it do its job to keep the crew alert? Absolutely. None of the locomotives involved in the crash had such a system. Had the 5586, the lead unit of the CN train, been equipped with such technology, the accident could have been avoided.
Agreed.
Following the accident, the remains of most of the rolling stock and all the lead locomotives involved in the pileup were scrapped. It was said some, like the lead Via Rail locomotive, was crushed into a quarter of its original size.
Damn.
The 6300, the unit stuffed midway in the consist.
Yeah. This is, I mentioned 6300 earlier.
The Via Rail train was rebuilt and repaired using the cab of a former KCS F7 number 4062. It became the last FP9 to be in service with Via Rail before being retired in September of 2011. By then, the unit was over 54 years old since being built for CN in 1957. It was acquired by the British Columbia chapter of the National Railway Historical Society, and as of 2023, 6300 currently resides at the Heber Valley Railroad in Heber City, Utah, in operational condition.
Nice.
Kenneth Cuddle, the veteran who escaped the dome car, passed away peacefully in hospital on Christmas Eve 2015.
Yeah, I thought it was.
He was 91 years old.
91.
In the latter years of my life,
lived a good life.
I would like to get some recognition from the governing body. I may be the unsung hero, but I played my part. Maybe the time has come for them to play theirs. And thanks to the media who have publicised the events of this tragic disaster throughout the passing years. Thank you.
The accident was one of many at the time in the 1980s to occur from crew fatigue or incapacitation, such as in the Chase, Maryland collision in January 1987, when an Amtrak train rear-ended a set of Conrail locomotives operated by a stoned, distracted crew. And
oh yes, Chase, Maryland. The crew of the Conrail locomotives and Amtrak train crashed into were literally high on weed at the time. I don't know if it was cocaine or weed. Might have been both, but they were literally high at the time. As if that couldn't get any worse.
A head-on collision in Thompsontown, Pennsylvania on January 14th, 1988.
Hello, Neon. We're talking about, well, we've nearly finished talking about the Hinton train crash, but yeah, this was the first disaster we're talking about tonight, the Hinton disaster, one of the worst train accidents in Canadian history. No, not Amtrak, in this case, Canadian National. I tried to show a documentary of this documentary here of the train crash, but it was too copyright sensitive in the end. Miss Line Bridge. Oh yeah, the Sunset Limited crash. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that, Neon. I know, Andrew. Via Rail. Via Rail wasn't at fault at all in the Hinton disaster, Andrew. It was purely Canadian National's fault. Frankfurt Junction wreck? Maybe at some point. No, I doubt it, MLP fan. Yeah, we'll talk about the Sunset Limited wreck in a moment, Neon.
February marks
something that were lives, and it was 50 odd miles.
This is what happened in the Hinton disaster, though, Neon. This was the aftermath of the Hinton disaster.
We were doing, I believe they said, an inquiry about 70 odd miles an hour. And the
we'll probably
train,
talk about the
about 70
Sunset
odd
Limited
miles
wreck
an hour. And the freight train, which should have been on a loop line, but had come off, it was travelling downhill.
This is the
from Old Bed
aftermath
Lake,
of the Hinton
and that
disaster,
was doing
Neon.
over
What do you
50
think
miles
of
an
it?
hour, which was far more than what
I know,
it
Neon.
was supposed to be.
What was the moment of impact like for you?
I said at the time, and I'm still going to refer to it the same way, it was like a mini atom bomb. In the inner man water, all the other carriages were crashed and flattened. Anybody in there had no chance at all.
Quite a few people died. 23 died, 71 injured. There were 5 people in the dome car. You were one of them. You helped the other 4 get out, and 2 of them in particular. Tell me how you managed
Yeah, it was.
to help them.
And it was caused by mainly by Canadian National not giving their crew enough rest time. It went above the 12-hour limit, and some of Canadian National's workers were actually on duty for over 21 hours, if you can believe that, Neon. 21 hours solid on duty.
Deprived crew of a loaded coal train collided head-on with a piggyback trailer train. Even today, nearly 40 years later, this incident is still relevant, namely in Class 1 freight railroads, made worse by cost-cutting measures such as precision schedule railroading, or PSR for short, where thanks to mass layoffs, there's a shortage in crews. BNSF even sported an attendance policy where you must be available for work 28 days straight, and if you had to book off for any given reason, you'd earn points against your work record and face penalties. And With enough points, you're fired. Though over time, as new safety systems come online, locomotive cabs become more and more comfortable, and regulations overhauled, there will hopefully never be another Hinton.
Yeah, BNSF
Though over time
has also adopted a ridiculous policy. Odd was here a moment ago, and he hasn't had his say on what he thinks of Canadian National's overworking policy. I personally think it's ridiculous. What does everyone else think of it, though? What does everyone else think of the policy that Canadian National used to have, where they overworked their drivers and their other employees, sometimes making them work 21-hour shifts? Well, mostly, yes. It could be argued that the crew is to blame as well, but more than anything, and while the engineer of the freight train that crashed into the passenger train, Jack Hudson, while he did have a lot of medical issues, it was CN's fault for not dismissing him. That's still on CN because they didn't dismiss him for his medical issues. So yeah, more than anything, Canadian National are, in my opinion, the ones responsible for the Hinton disaster.
As new safety systems come online, locomotive cabs become more and more comfortable, and regulations overhauled, there will hopefully never be another Hinton.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully not. I'm going to leave the Hinton news report open for when Electro shows up and Odd returns, because I want to know what they think about the ridiculous policy of Canadian National having their workers be on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So ridiculous, especially as it violates the Federal Railroad Administration's policy of not not having railroad employees work for more than 12 hours at a time. Yes, it was a disaster clearly waiting to happen. Good health and working appropriate hours going against that is devilish. Yes, it was. Thankfully, Canadian National realised the error of their ways after Hinton and are now a far better company than they were before the Hinton disaster. But yes, it was a disaster waiting to happen. Appropriate. It was devilish, Neon, I do agree. Anyway, we've talked about the Hinton disaster for a good chunk of this stream now. Now I think it's time we moved on to talking about other disasters. Neon just now brought up the Bayou disaster of 1993, so I'll talk about that next. Sunset Limited train crash. Here we are. The big Bayou derailment. Yep. Your eyes don't deceive you. The Sunset Limited, one of Amtrak's transcontinental passenger trains, flew off a bridge and crashed into a crocodile-infested bayou. Your eyes don't deceive you. Fireman Sam helped out the Canadian fireman. That would honestly be quite sweet, Damo. Fireman Sam was released the year after the Hinton disaster. That would be interesting. Going to original puppets? Nice, James. Oh yeah, there was another disaster at the Sunset Limited where a bridge was supposedly sabotaged. Just 2 years after the Bayou wreck. Early hours of the morning. Yes, it was around 2 a.m. when this crash happened. Plunged right into the bayou.
Help is on the way with a full scope.
Yeah, what happened in this disaster? Nasty as it is, yes. Salton's wound, alligator infested, exactly. Yeah, what had happened was a barge had crashed into the bridge over this bayou, which weakened the structure of the bridge and pushed the rails out of alignment, which caused the train to derail and the bridge to basically destroy itself as the train was going over it, causing the locomotives to leap into the air, and then it and the coaches behind it to plunge into the bayou.
The disaster is still unfolding. The sun is them to shore, picks up Michael DePide and
Thank you for reminding me of this disaster, Neon. This was a pretty bad disaster. Sorry, just picking up a bit of Lego. Some of the diesel fuel from the Genesis locomotives pulling the train even spilled into the bayou and caught on fire. So we have the crazy situation of there being fire literally on water, two opposing elements making contact with each other. Well, a barge crashed into the bridge, Neon. The bridge basically destroyed itself as the train went over it because it had been damaged by the barge.
Michael DePine's car is saved when it gets snagged on a railroad tie, holding the upper deck partially out of the water. There are no emergency lights. Panic grips the 30 passengers trapped inside.
There's just
The bayou cannot.
Quiet.
It happened in Mobile, Alabama. And in terms of dead and injured, the bayou disaster was actually worse than Hinton. More than double the number of people died in the bayou disaster. And a lot more were injured. Alligator, not crocodile. Whatever. Alligators and crocodiles are still equally as dangerous as each other stand, so still
People just started all at once screaming.
No crocodiles in wild in America? I see. I'll have to remember that.
And, oh my god, we're all gonna die, and just help me. The train started to fill up with water, and I just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible.
3 other cars remain on the track, one dangling precariously over the edge. An Amtrak employee makes a desperate call to 911.
Oil fire spreading faster than they could put it out? Damn. Whether the train would have made things worse? Yes. Thank you for reminding me of this, Neon.
But the passengers in Michael DePine's car can't wait for outside help. Water is slowly flooding the upper deck, and the railroad tie holding the car up could give way any second. Since most of the terrified passengers in his car are elderly or children, Michael realizes he must take charge. As suffocating smoke fills the car,
we'll talk about his show day as well, Martin.
And coaxes his frightened
The
fellow
worst
passengers to
train
follow.
disaster.
Once they saw me out of the window into the water, then that kind of gave them a little more courage and a little more hope.
He catches each passenger as they make the 6-foot leap into the water below. But there is nothing he can do for the passengers who are in the car's lower level. Trapped 15 feet below water in extreme darkness, there is simply no way for him to reach them.
And the tragic thing was most of the handicapped and older people were down there.
Help is on the way, but the full scope of the disaster is still unfolding. 30 minutes after the crash, 2 tugboats arrive at the scene of the Sunset Limited. Michael DePide is fast asleep. Peaceful dreams are suddenly shattered. Without warning, half the bridge collapses. The passengers are violently hurled from their berths as the cars rocket off the rails. Two double-decker
yeah, this was
passenger
really
car
bad.
members and 42 passengers
Once again,
have
Neil,
drowned.
thank you for reminding me of this, Neon.
Like I see, the trains were just tossed to the woods, you know. You'd never think a train car that big would fly so far.
With the survivors ashore,
I'm not sure, Stan, but a lot of the dead, the vast majority of those who died did drown, Stan. Did die as a result of drowning, Stan. Most of the people in this accident.
Rescue workers begin recovering the dead. The bodies are laid out in a makeshift morgue. Two of the crew have burned to death, trapped in the crew sleeping car. Three other...
Yes, as I said, they were burned to death by the, some of the dead drowned, others were burned to death by the spilled diesel fuel from the
42 passengers have drowned. Divers discovered 20 other crew members. Two of the crew have burned to death, trapped in the crew sleeping car. Three other crew members and 42 passengers have drowned.
Exactly, Neon. Definitely more dangerous. What makes crocodiles more dangerous, Stan?
Sleeping car. Three other crew members and 42 passengers have drowned. Divers discovered 27 bodies in one submerged passenger coach alone.
27, Jesus.
The way they explained to me, there was people in there just like you was laying in the bed and never know what happened.
As more than 150 people are treated in nearby hospitals, one question is in everyone's mind. How did this happen? It takes a one-year investigation by the National Transportation Safety Board to uncover the strange chain of events that culminated in death and disaster. It started at 11 p.m. on the night of the accident with the tugboat Movilla on the Mobile River heading north.
Oh, God.
She is pushing 6 heavy barges loaded with coal and cement. As visibility drops to zero in the bayou, the pilot searches for a place to tie up along shore. But he misreads his location and mistakenly turns off the Mobile River into Big Bayou Connor, a shallow waterway off limits to commercial vehicles because of its low railway bridge. Suddenly, the Movilla's barges ram into the railroad bridge, knocking the track out of alignment. But the rails stay intact, so no emergency sensors are triggered.
Yeah, no emergency sensors are triggered. If the emergency sensors were triggered, the signals before the bridge would have immediately switched to red if the emergency sensors were triggered. So, and if that had happened, the train would have stopped and the disaster would have been prevented.
The tugboat pilot has no idea he's hit the bridge. He thinks he's run aground in the Mobile River and sends no warning.
Stan just sent me something. This is what a crocodile and an alligator look like next to each other. But which is which? Enough time with the emergency stop. Had the emergency sensors been activated.
8 minutes later, the Sunset Limited barrels across the trestle. The twisted tracks derail the train, which plunges into the bayou, knocking out a section of the bridge as it does. In the end, the safety board's investigation faults the tugboat company for not properly training their employees on electronic navigation in reduced visibility. The pilot's license is revoked, and industry-wide reforms are made in training and safety standards. The Coast Guard is also blamed for not enforcing stricter licensing practices. But for Michael DePide, the Sunset Limited derailment has made a much more personal impact.
It makes me appreciate life more, and I live my life to the fullest every day.
There's not a day goes by where I do not think about the accident.
The Sunset Limited tragedy is the worst railroad accident in U.S. history. Still, 163 fortunate people made it out of the terrifying experience alive. Many of those due to the bravery of passengers like Michael DePide, who risked their own...
Is that right, Stan? Alligators have larger jaws and more teeth, or is that crocodiles?
Of those due to the bravery of passengers like Michael DePide, who risked...
Oh. Bite force they have is bigger? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. When it comes to similarities, exactly, Damo.
Fortunate people made it out of the terrifying experience.
Yes, crocodiles versus alligators is very, very similar to frogs versus toads.
163 fortunate people made it out of the terrifying experience alive. 163 fortunate people made it out of the terrifying experience alive. Many of those due to the bravery of passengers like Michael DePide, who risked their own lives to save others.
Huntsville's most popular greenways is closed tonight after a train bridge along the route collapsed, sending train cars into the creek below.
This happened only 2 days ago. Damn.
Huntsville-Madison County Railroad Authority said this train...
After it started showing its age, Mark Lum, first streak in South the 13 miles that happened when it happened. The chair of the Huntsville Rail Authority says this happened just 2 months before the bridge was set to be replaced. Governor Kay Ivey announced in 2024 a $1 million federal grant would be used to make improvements to replace the bridge. The Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs, or ADECA, says the age and condition of the bridge led to weight restrictions affecting the amount of cargo that could be hauled. Lum says funds had already been dispersed and construction plans were being finalized. It's unclear if the $1 million grant will now be enough to replace the bridge after Tuesday's accident, but construction will have to wait until after cleanup.
Where did you send it?
Now, the Greenway is going to be closed for the time being, and the Railroad Authority is an independent nonprofit railway that services around 10 industries in the area while also connecting to Norfolk Southern Line. Just want to give you an idea of who operates that. Now, there's still more questions.
I don't want to show too much of Thunderbolt 1000's videos because he's a bit iffy when it comes to copyright. Oh, this is from Seconds from Disaster. This image is from Seconds from Disaster. This is what happened after the barge hit the bridge. The rails buckled completely, it seems. Feel up to it for some reason today. Don't feel up to what, James? This stream?
3 feet from its original placement. This that spans the big bayou on the CSX M&M subdivision. And that the impact...
Do you think it might be because this is a more serious topic than usual, James?
...had bent the rails into an impassable kink, as well as dislodged part of the bridge 3 feet from its original placement. Very 7 past the line that was going to stop the train now. The train passed the last signal that was 1.5 miles before the bridge. There was nothing that was going to stop the train now.
Your head feels heavy. Yeah, this is basically what happened. The train basically leapt into the air over the damaged tracks. Same for Neon. Engine shutdown. That's basically what the disaster would have looked like. Damn. So it was a mix of EMD and Genesis locomotives. Oh yeah, the sparks from one of the locomotives set the leaking fuel on fire.
At 2:53 a.m., September 22nd, 1993, the Sunset Limited derailed over the Mobile River in Alabama. River to the emergency windows. They were from the fire with alligators and venomous snakes,
Alligators
such as
and
rattlesnakes.
snakes. Oh my god. Yeah, it was pretty bad. We'll probably talk a bit about the Quinton's Hill disaster, the worst train disaster in British history, when Jacob comes here, because he's been wanting to talk about that as well. And thanks for reminding me of that, Neon. Eastern diamondback snakes. I see. I swear I've heard about the Ufton Nervet disaster before, but can't quite put my finger on it. What happened in Ufton Nervet? Oh yes, Ufton Nervet was the one where that HST crashed into a car that had stopped on a level crossing because the driver was suicidal. This one was really bad. I forgot about this one. Yeah, Andrew, if you're still there, thanks for reminding me of this one. Well, that's fine. Yeah, this was really bad. 7 people were killed, 120 were injured. This is the level crossing it occurred at. And this happened because of a suicidal driver, which makes it even more tragic. Brian Drysdale was the name of the car driver. Concerns about HIV. In the late 1990s, he had developed AIDS. Thought he was having a nervous breakdown. This was awful, this one. Because he thought he developed AIDS. Oh my god. I wouldn't find out something I said between level crossing. Died in hospital the following day. At least 2 of the fatalities were checked through broken windows. Jesus. It's tragic. This really was tragic. It's very obviously AI generated that image. Ridiculous. Dude. But yeah, after Nerve It, forgot about that one. Oh yes, I know one. I haven't talked about yet. This one's really infamous. The Harrow and Wealdstone disaster. This was another one. One of the worst in British history. 112 deaths, 340 injuries, a three-way crash. Local passenger train. The Perth to Euston Night Express crashed by an LMS Coronation class, running 80 minutes late. Westwood Islands and a Princess Royal. Fog and signals. And a lack of AWS on the steam locomotives. Killing someone, then a plot twist happens, and what's the plot twist? Yes, the Harrow and Wealdstone accident is what accelerated the automatic warning system, or AWS, becoming mandatory on all British railway lines. Well, of course, the two danger signals. The reason he had passed those signals was never established. Only the driver would have known the reason, but he was obviously killed. Both the driver and the fireman were killed. See, that's what I just said. It accelerated the introduction of the automatic warning system. Hearing signal caution. Articulated by magnets in the rails? Yes. We'll have to find out. What, by looking at one of the disasters in this? Yeah, how could I forget about Harrow and Wealdstone? British movie tone, these like movie tone things shouldn't be more space. I'll be getting some baseboards. Nice. Then you'll have something to work on. Yeah, these, I believe these movie tone things are copyright free. These are the scenes of the Harrow and Wealdstone crash.
3 trains were involved in the appalling railway disaster at Harrow and Wealdstone. Each was full of people, and the station was also crowded, with the result that British Railways have suffered their worst accident. Three trains were involved in the appalling railway disaster at Harrow and Wealdstone. Each was full of people, and the station was also crowded, with the result that British Railways have suffered their worst accident.
I know.
Crowded, appalling 3 trains were involved in the appalling railway disaster at Harrow and Wealdstone. Each was full of people, and the station was also crowded, with the result that British Railways have suffered their worst accident. The clock stopped at the time of the crash, while the The clock stopped at the time of the crash. While the train to Euston train was standing in the station, the night express from Perth ran into it, crash. While the train to Euston train was standing in the station, the night express from Perth ran at the time of the crash. While the train to Euston train was standing in the station, the night express from Perth ran into it, causing fearful damage and chaos. Then the Euston to Manchester express collided with the wreckage from the first collision. The scene has been described by an eyewitness as being like a battlefield. Certainly no exaggeration, for casualties were on a terrible scale.
The wheels buried in the wreck. There's the tender of the Coronation Scots, City of Glasgow.
Bandages were hastily improvised on the spot, and everything possible was done by all present to rescue and aid the injured. It was a grim and difficult task in the dreadful conditions prevailing. American troops from a nearby headquarters were quickly on the spot with invaluable blood plasma, but many of the injured were trapped in the wreckage. Their number could not yet be computed, nor was it known at this time how many had lost their lives in the tragedy. One thing, however, was already certain. The disaster was very great, the casualties very large in number.
Yes, it was so much more this one is so much more severe than any of the other crashes we've talked about so far. Yeah, 112 people were killed in this one, James. Yeah, beyond repair, I know.
Known at this time how many had lost their lives in the tragedy. One thing, however, was already certain. The disaster was very great, the casualties very large in number.
Yeah. Mark 1 coaches also not being very crashworthy.
The disaster was very great, the casualties very large in number.
Exactly, Leon.
The whole country was shocked.
Thankfully, coach construction today is much more safer. Railway rolling stock nowadays is much more crashworthy.
The whole country was shocked by the news, and everywhere the deepest sympathy was felt and expressed for the bereaved and for all who had been hurt.
Very sad indeed. I'm not sure if fascinating horror is very copyright sensitive. What I'll show is documentary on the Harrow and Wealdstone crash anyway. Thorough testing, exactly. Still there, Stan?
On the 8th of October 1952, hundreds of commuters crowded onto a local London-bound train at Harrow and Wealdstone station. It was a foggy day and the railway network was beset by delays. Most of those on board would have been primarily concerned with finding a seat in the overcrowded train or wondering if they would make it to work on time. None of them knew that they were about to be involved in the worst ever rail disaster in peacetime in Britain.
Yeah, Quindensill happened during war time.
Constructed in 1837, Harrow and Wealdstone Station started out as a relatively small and quiet train station a significant distance outside London.
It was on the London and Birmingham Railway initially.
As the city grew, so too did the station. Over several decades it was rebuilt, enlarged and connected to the underground as well as the overground rail network. By the 1950s, London had grown to the point that Harrow and Wealdstone was a busy rail hub on the outskirts of the city, very different from the sleepy village railway station it had been when it was first built. Now, Harrow and Wealdstone provided services for both London commuters and for passengers travelling across the country on national rail routes, including the West Coast Main Line. The station connected routes to the north as far as Perth in Scotland. The morning rush hour on the 8th of October 1952 was an unusually busy one. Commuters waiting for the arrival of their train into the city found that one service had been cancelled due to improvement works, creating significant delays. These delays were exacerbated by a descending fog. During the 1950s, early morning fog was a common occurrence. The natural fog of a damp, cold morning was often made worse by air pollution. The Clean Air Act had yet to be introduced, and the output of domestic fires and factory chimneys could turn a light mist into a dense and all-pervading smog. All these things contributed to a particularly busy and stressful morning for commuters and railway personnel alike. Driver R.S. Jones was no doubt braced for a difficult shift as he boarded the southbound Perth to Euston overnight service at Crewe. Though much of the UK rail network had been electrified by this stage, some steam trains were still in operation. This was one of them. Consisting of 11 carriages, it was being pulled by the LMS Coronation class steam train, the City of Glasgow. Jones would be driving the train as it finished its overnight journey to London Euston. Jones
Cold
was
weather and fog was much more common back in the day. Why was it more common even in Somerstown?
Experienced railway worker. He was respected by his colleagues and had worked the line down to Euston dozens of times before without incident. He had passed medical exams and his sight was perfect. With Jones at the controls, the train made its way towards London. Many passengers
That's actually King's Cross Station, not Euston for some reason.
on board were just waking up after their overnight journey towards London. Many passengers on board were just waking up after their overnight journey, although some others had been awake all night, including a group of soldiers who had passed the time singing songs and swapping stories. On approaching Harrow and Wealdstone at 8:17 a.m, the train should have been delayed for a few minutes by stop signals outside the station. However, on this occasion, the train did not stop, nor even slow down. It rattled through a caution signal, then a danger signal, and then straight into the station.
Wikipedia says it ran through 2 danger
There,
signals.
finally, the emergency brake was applied, but it was far too late. The incoming Perth train ploughed directly into a The incoming Perth train ploughed directly into a delayed local. It rattled through a caution signal, then a danger signal, and then straight into the station. There, finally, the emergency brake was applied, but it was far too late. The incoming Perth train ploughed directly into a delayed local train at platform 4. This train consisted of 9 carriages and was crammed with more than 800 people at the moment of impact. Passengers occupied every seat and were standing in the aisles and vestibules as well. The crash was devastating. The rear 3 carriages of the local train were crushed, and it was violently shunted forward along the line. The front section of the overnight Perth train rode over the local service before finally coming to rest. Moments later, another train arrived at Harrow and Wealdstone station. This was a 15-carriage Liverpool-bound service being hauled by 2 steam locomotives, the LMS Jubilee class Windward Islands and the Princess Royal class Princess Anne. Expecting its Windward Islands and the Princess
Turbo Motive. That was actually the LMS Turbo Motive, not a Princess Royal
class Princess Anne. Expecting its line through the station to be clear, this will class Princess Anne.
Especially as it was foggy.
MS Jubilee class Windward Islands and the Princess Royal class Princess Anne. Expecting its line through the station to be clear, this train was travelling at high speed. Within seconds, it collided with the wreckage strewn across the tracks and violently derailed. The 2 heavy locomotives mounted the platform, ploughing into commuters who had barely had a chance to react to the first collision. So great was the noise of these 2 consecutive crashes that the station clerk picked up the phone to call emergency services without even looking to see what had happened. One survivor, Pelham B. Swan, later gave an account of their experience, having been on board the local train.
I do agree, Stan, they are nice, though I do prefer LNER and Doncaster designs.
Suddenly, there was a terrific jolt. The carriage rocked, the windows flew in, and a storm of splinters flew about us. There were 8 more jolts, presumably from the buffeting rear coaches. There was no panic, no hysteria.
Train disaster, nice. Cold, so not much rail adhesion, exactly.
Those flew in and a storm of splinters flew about us. There were 8 more jolts, presumably from the buffeting rear coaches.
Yes.
There was no panic.
Buffering rear coaches.
No hysteria. No one knew what had happened and we were too stunned to think it out. I flung open the door of the compartment and we tumbled out. The station was in chaos. Telescoped carriages zigzagged across the lines. It was a terrible and heart-rending scene. Even the bridge across the lines was broken.
Yes.
Despite a huge number of fatalities, the situation could have been much worse if it wasn't for the quick response of the emergency services and a passing United States Air Force medical unit. The unit was on scene within the hour and included Lieutenant Abby Sweetwine, who was later referred to as the Angel of Platform 6 by the media. She improvised with the limited materials available as she tended the injured, using lipstick to mark an X on the forehead of those who had been treated and an M on those who had already been given morphine to prevent an accidental overdose. Blankets were torn up to make improvised bandages to treat the incredible number of wounded. The fire brigade, police and ambulance services worked to evacuate survivors, close the station and begin a rescue operation. They were supported by a number of organisations, including the Women's Voluntary Service and volunteers from the general public. 14-year-old Gilbert Powell was one such volunteer. He had been about to board a bus to school outside the station when he heard the crash and immediately went to assist. His small stature meant that he was able to wriggle into spaces that full-grown firemen could not access in order to check for survivors. Powell spent 4 hours helping the emergency services, using the first aid skills he'd learned with his local Boy Scout troop. Once he had done all he could, the boy then sought out a nurse and asked her to write him a note to excuse his absence from school.
Nice. Not yet, Neon, though I did briefly talk about it in one of my videos.
Learned with his 4 hours helping the emergency services, using the first aid skills he'd learned with his local Boy Scout troop. Once he had done all he could, the boy then sought out a nurse and asked her to write him a note to excuse his absence from school. A total of 112 people died that morning. Statistics for wounded and traumatized survivors were also high. Approximately 340 people received medical treatment, with 157 requiring hospitalization. There were many lucky survivors of the disaster. One man on board the Perth train survived because he left his seat and walked down the train to a bathroom in order to shave. Another escaped death by opting to sit separately from his friends in a less crowded part of the local train. Both momentary decisions that made the difference between life and death. The Ministry of Transport undertook an inquiry, with the findings presented in June 1953. There appeared to be no mechanical signalling faults, or any signs of human error on the part of the signal operator. The report concluded that reduced visibility due to fog, coupled with a misjudgment or failure to pay attention on the part of the Perth train driver operator. The report concluded that reduced visibility due to fog, coupled with a misjudgment or failure to pay attention on the part of the Perth train driver, were likely to have contributed to the first impact. The report could not be more specific as, unfortunately, the driver of the Perth train, R.S. Jones, had been killed in the crash. The ministry's report also highlighted some general observations, such as differences in carriage construction. The death toll in carriages that were of solid steel construction had been much lower than those where the carriage was largely wooden, something which pushed forward a move towards steel rolling stock in the future. Overall, the Ministry of Transport felt human error was the primary cause, and pointed out that safety depends on drivers following signals at all times. It also noted, however, that systems were currently in development that could help prevent similar accidents, including the automatic warning system, a device that when installed on the rails would warn drivers on board passing trains that a caution or danger signal was approaching. Brakes would be applied automatically if the driver did not acknowledge this warning. In terms of fatalities and injuries, the disaster at Harrow and Wealdstone Station in 1952 remains the second deadliest crash in British railway history, only surpassed by the wartime Quintons Hill Railway crash.
Yeah, we'll talk about Quintons Hill when Jacob...
British Railways' automatic warning system was introduced within a few years of the accident, and by the end of the 1970s the technology was active on almost a third of routes in the UK.
Yeah, nowadays it's active on pretty much the entire country.
For decades, survivors and the local community campaigned for a permanent memorial of the disaster. In 2002, the 50th anniversary of the crash was marked by a ceremony in which local councillors unveiled a stone memorial plaque near the station entrance, where it remains.
Nice.
Unveiled a stone memorial plaque crash was marked by a ceremony in which local councillors unveiled a stone memorial plaque near the station entrance, where it remains to this day.
So Neon, you wanted to talk about the Selby disaster as well. Yeah, you mentioned the Selby disaster as well, which an Intercity 225 crashed into a car that had fallen off a road, which then slammed into a passing freight train.
Sometimes, when I'm researching a topic for the Raven's Eye, you find a story where it seems that everything that could possibly go wrong does indeed go wrong, resulting in just about the worst possible outcome. Every contributing factor seems to have either occurred in just exactly the wrong place or right at the worst possible moment.
Yes.
Today's story is one of those. I can clearly remember this accident when it occurred, as back in 2001 I was still in the north of England, and this happened not too far from where I was living at the time. In the early hours of the morning of February the 28th, 2001, 37-year-old builder Gary Hart was driving his Land Rover Defender westbound along the M62 motorway, towing a loaded car transport trailer behind him. After just 6 in the morning, as Hart was approaching junction 34 south of Selby, the Land Rover and trailer left the carriageway, crashing through a flimsy wooden fence and bouncing down a grassy railway embankment before coming to rest on the track below. Gary Hart, shaken but unhurt, tried in vain to reverse the Land Rover off the railway track, but as it became apparent that this was impossible, he exited the vehicle, dialling 999 for the emergency services on his mobile phone. Having got through to the operator, Hart shakily began to describe what had happened, but before he was able to do much other than describe the situation he found himself in, he heard the sound of an approaching train.
Oh god, that must have been the worst feeling imaginable. Oh my god. Wow.
The early morning Intercity 225 service from Newcastle, bound for London's King's Cross, had ploughed into Hart's Land Rover, completely ripping away the front part of the vehicle. Travelling at around 90 miles an hour, the train, consisting of a front and rear trailing engine with 9 passenger cars, had seemingly gone through the Land Rover as if it wasn't even there, remaining upright and on the track and continuing on south of Hunscombe. Travelling at around 90 miles an hour, the train, consisting of a front and rear trailing engine with 9 passenger cars, had seemingly gone through the Land Rover as if it wasn't even there, remaining upright and on the track and continuing on southwards with no apparent damage. However, although the train had remained upright and on the track, its front 2 wheels had been derailed. A small detail maybe, but one which was to have deadly consequences in the following seconds. Brakes screeching, but moving under its own inertia, the still speeding express carried on down the southbound track, passing a set of points which gave access to a goods siding. The front 2 wheels, which were already derailed, were bomb accessing brake.
Oh, Land Rover, nice.
Screeching, but moving under its own inertia, the still speeding express carried on down the southbound track, passing a set of points which gave access to a goods siding. The front two wheels, which were already derailed, were bumped up and over by the points, causing the Intercity 225 to jump the track over onto the northbound line, where, you guessed it, there was another train coming. The northbound train was a Freightliner goods train carrying some 1,000 onto the northbound line, where, you guessed it, there was another train. The derailed were bumped up and over by the points, causing the Intercity 225 to jump the track over onto the northbound line, where, you guessed it, there was another train coming. The northbound train was a Freightliner goods train carrying some 1,800 tons of coal bound for the nearby power station at Ferrybridge. This train was travelling at around 50 coal bound for the nearby power station at Ferrybridge. This train was travelling at around 55 miles an hour. The combined speeds of the two trains moving in opposite directions resulted in a head-on collision of around 140 miles an hour, and the devastation was immediate and terrible. The forward engine car of the Intercity 225 was almost completely destroyed as it went under the freight locomotive. Behind, the first passenger coaches rode up into the air as the effect of the impact went through the still-moving train. The crash had unfortunately occurred directly underneath a road bridge, leading to increased damage to the passenger train.
Yes. Worst possible combination of events indeed.
Especially the first three carriages, some of which had their roofs sheared off as they collided with and tore along the underside of the bridge. By the time the Intercity 225 came to a halt, all 9 passenger cars had come off the rails, most of them jackknifing across the track or spilling over into the adjacent field. The force of the impact was so great that one carriage was thrown over 430 feet from the track, or spilling over into the adjacent field. The force of the impact was so great that one carriage was thrown over 430 feet from the track. The freight train over 430 feet from the track. The freight train fared little better. The initial impact tore off the wheels of the engine as it rode up and over the Intercity cab. Coal wagons tore off the wheels of the engine. The freight train fared little better. The initial impact tore off the wheels of the engine as it rode up and over the Intercity cab. Coal wagons spilled off to the side of the track, and the engine derailed completely, crushing an empty caravan that was parked alongside the railway line and crashing to a halt just a few feet from the nearest house.
All of this because a driver came off, fell down the embankment.
Emergency services were quickly on scene, but working in the twisted and torn wreckage was awkward to say the least. Helicopters were brought in to ferry the wounded to nearby hospitals, as many of these victims needed urgent medical assistance. The final tally: both drivers, 2 staff members and 6 first-class passengers were killed.
Oh, thankfully no standard class passengers died.
10 people dead and over 80 injured, many of them seriously.
No, only 10 people died. I think it would have been a lot more had older carriages been used, had older coaches been used, Neon.
Final tally: both drivers, 2 staff members and 6 first-class passengers were killed. 10 people dead and over 80 injured, many of them seriously. Looking at the wreckage, it's easy to imagine that the human cost could have been much, much greater. But fortunately, the early hour meant that the train was nowhere near its full passenger capacity.
Good.
That, however, is just about the only positive factor in this tale. The rest of the story seems to have aligned like some sort of terrible synchronicity of bad luck. For example, Hart's Land Rover left the motorway in just exactly the worst possible location. Any earlier, he would have stopped before the railway line, and just a few feet further on, he would have hit the crash barriers and stayed on the motorway. Along the entire route of his journey, his car left the road at that exact spot, the one single place where he could have ended up on the railway line. Then the Intercity 225 arrived almost immediately afterwards, giving no time to get the car off the track. The set of points that was located just down the track, with no other points for miles in either direction, but of course it was these points which provided the nudge the train needed to jump the track. And of course, to cap it all off, there was an oncoming northbound freight train right at the precise moment that the intercity left the track, and they collided under a track. And of course, to cap it all off, there was an oncoming northbound freight train right at the precise moment that the intercity left the track, and they collided under a bridge, maximising the damage to the passenger train. An oncoming northbound freight train right at the precise moment that the intercity left the track, and they collided under a bridge, maximising the damage to the passenger train. If any of these factors had been absent, it's possible that the damage and the casualties could have been much reduced.
Exactly.
So, the one thing I haven't talked about, the elephant in the room, why did Gary Hart's Land Rover come off the M62 motorway in the first place? Well, initially Hart told investigators that he thought he hit something on the road, which caused some kind of steering problem, and he lost control of the car. The media reports of the time portrayed Hart in a sympathetic light. Wasn't he also a victim, an innocent man who would have to live with this unavoidable tragic accident for the rest of his life? After all, this could have happened to anyone, right? Well, not quite. As more details began to emerge over the following weeks, the public perception of Gary Hart began to shift radically. As the investigation into the rail crash deepened, it turned out that Hart hadn't suffered any kind of mechanical failure at all. He'd actually fallen asleep at the wheel after having been up
Oh my god, fallen asleep at the wheel. Damn.
all night without any sleep. Hart described himself as having an unusual lifestyle, stating that he loved to live life at 1,000 miles an hour, and that on the morning of the accident he was buzzing, having spent all night chatting on the phone to a woman he'd met on an internet dating site.
Exactly.
Being in the middle of a divorce from his wife, chatting to strangers on the internet all night, and seemingly showing little remorse for what had happened did little to help Hart's public image. North Yorkshire Police began putting together Gary Hart's movements prior to the accident. He'd been on the phone from 9:45 the previous evening until about 3:45 a.m. and was in the Land Rover and driving away by around 4:30 a.m.
Gotta be kidding.
Hart told police that this wasn't unusual for him and that he often went 36 hours or so without sleep, but that it wasn't a problem. He could handle it. He denied falling asleep at the wheel, but other motorists confirmed that they had seen Hart's Land Rover weaving around on the motorway in the early hours of February the 28th. Expert witnesses testified that Hart wouldn't have just fallen asleep with no warning. He would have been dozing on and off and would have had plenty of warning that it was time to pull over and stop driving. To get to the scene of the accident by 6:13 a.m. from Hart's house, police stated that Hart must have been driving, quote, like a bat out of hell. Hart's bragging about his ability to survive on just coffee for days at a stretch, and that how he was high on life and a modern-day hunter-gatherer did little to dispel the police's suspicions that Hart was unfit to drive that morning.
Gotta be kidding me.
Hart was charged with dangerous driving, and after a much publicised trial, was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Police described him as a mobile catastrophe waiting to happen, and that his reckless driving at high speed whilst he was dozing off was undoubtedly the ultimate cause of the Selby rail crash. Hart was released from prison after just 30 months. Relatives and campaigners were outraged that Hart was freed early, but this is seemingly standard practice in the British justice system, where convicted criminals often only serve half their sentence. Now, you might think that Hart would have preferred to slip quietly into anonymity, but his hour in the media spotlight seemed to have left a mark, and on the 10th anniversary of the crash, Hart gave an interview to a local radio station, whereupon he stated the following. I believe in fate, and I was meant to be there that morning. The accident occurred because I was there. The same for the people that were on the train. They were meant to be there that morning. As far as being asleep at the wheel, that's what I went to prison for. It's not what the truth is. No deaths occurred at the point of impact with my Land Rover. They all occurred 700 yards down the track, which I feel other people should have been held accountable for. So, in my own head, I've dealt with it.
On.
I've absolved myself. Not of responsibility.
Come on. How is it their fault that the freight train and the point and the bridge were all there at the time? How is that anyone's fault?
Anniversary of the crash, Hart gave an interview to a local radio station, whereupon he stated the following. I believe in fate, and I was meant to be there that morning. The accident occurred because I was there. The same for the people that were on the train. They were meant to be there that morning. As far as being asleep at the wheel, that's what I went to prison for. It's not what the truth is. No deaths occurred at the point of impact with my Land Rover. They all occurred 700 yards down the track, which I feel other people should have been held accountable for. So, in my own head, I've dealt with it. I've absolved myself, not of responsibility, but of knowing anything about the victims. That would degenerate my life into misery. I survived this accident, and I want to survive the rest of my life. Unsurprisingly, Hart's comments did not go down well with the families of the victims, nor with some of the wounded survivors who are still living with the life-changing injuries to this day. After all, for many of those involved in the Selby rail crash, forgiving yourself and deciding to move on with your life just simply isn't a viable option.
Seems like all of them were males who died.
In 1889, when the hundreds of Armagh Sunday School students, staff and family members climbed aboard the Great Northern Railway passenger train bound for their
The Armagh disaster, this one occurred in Ireland, so when Electro shows up, we'll talk about this one. Ridiculous statement, I know. Ireland's worst ever train crash. So yeah, we'll talk about this when Electro shows up. The Armagh disaster.
Who'd been guiding trains through the city since 2006. Responsible for maintaining the forward movement of the rafts had stopped working.
The Armagh disaster is the worst one that occurred in Ireland. This one accelerated the introduction of air brakes on trains.
their day trip.
We'll save this for when Electro shows up, though. Yeah, maybe. And as James are still there. What other train disasters can we talk about, I wonder? trying to think. Oh yeah, the Clapham Junction crash. Yeah, that's one we can talk about. This was a pretty serious one as well. 35 dead. 484 injured. Unprotected wrong side failure. December 12th, 1988. Still hanging on? Oh, you are still there. And are Stan and James still there? Yeah, that's right, Neon. Class 423s. Collide with a train from Basingstoke. Train from Bournemouth collide with a train from Basingstoke. Last one was the coolest. What, the Selby crash? How exactly was it cool, Neon? I mean Stan. British Rail clearly work. No prosecution for manslaughter despite being fined £250,000. 22 of the dead were from Dorset and the New Forest. Class 423. 438. Fixed formations, unpowered fixed formations. Last 348s. Want to pull trailer units because the train flew off indeed. Yeah, Damo, I am aware. Clapham Junction disaster.
In 1988,
this one has an AI voice, but whatever.
Tragic series of events unfolded at Clapham Junction station just outside London, England, revealing the dangers of rushed and improper maintenance in railway operations. The story begins with British Rail deciding to replace its 40-year-old signalling system. Electricians and signal maintainers worked to update the infrastructure, but mistakes were made. At Clapham Junction, faulty wiring caused a signal to display incorrect information. This set up a catastrophic chain reaction. On December 12, 1988, the 7:18 a.m. train from Poole to London Waterloo approached a red signal that should have been yellow. The driver stopped and called the signal box, only to be told the signal was fine. A grave error. Meanwhile, the 6:30 a.m. train from Bournemouth received incorrect signals, rounded a curve and collided at high speed with the stopped train. Wreckage spilled onto adjacent tracks, where a third train passing without passengers struck the debris. A fourth train narrowly avoided the chaos, stopping just in time. Emergency services arrived swiftly, but the scene resembled a battlefield with tangled wreckage and severely injured passengers. Rescuers faced challenges due to the cutting steep slopes and obstructive fencing. By the end, 35 lives were lost. Deep avoided the chaos, stopping just in time. Emergency services arrived swiftly, but the scene resembled a battlefield with tangled wreckage and severely injured passengers. Rescuers faced challenges due to the cutting steep slopes and obstructive fencing. By the end, 35 lives were lost, 69 were seriously injured, and over 400 sustained minor injuries. Investigations uncovered the root cause, a loose wire left during signal rewiring weeks earlier. The wire created a false relay feed, leading to the signal failure. Overworked technicians and inadequate supervision were significant factors. The technician responsible had been working 7-day weeks for months, and critical safety checks were neglected. The tragedy prompted changes in British Rail's operations, including stricter testing protocols, limits on working hours for safety-critical roles, and greater oversight. British Rail was fined £250,000, but no fine could undo the devastation. However, lessons from Clapham Junction haven't always been heeded. In 2016, at Cardiff Central, a similar signalling oversight nearly caused another accident. Thankfully, the alertness of a train driver prevented disaster. The Clapham Junction collision serves as a grim reminder of the importance of safety, rigorous training, and thorough oversight in railway operations. One can only hope that its lessons will continue to prevent future tragedies. Please like, share, and subscribe.
Other Clapham Junction lines still busy, emphasising that today's accident happened near Britain's busiest station. Other Clapham...
Yeah, those are the lines on the South Coast line down to Brighton. Hello, Stephen. Nice to see you. We're talking about the Clapham Junction crash at the moment. Yeah, obviously the Brighton Main Line and the South Central lines was all still operating, whereas the Southwestern lines were all shut due to the disaster.
Junction lines still busy, emphasising that today's accident happened near Britain's busiest station. The safety systems which should protect commuters, though well tried and tested, still rely primarily on individual railwaymen being on full alert. This morning...
Yes. Exactly.
The Transport Secretary Paul Channon and, clad in an orange safety vest, British Rail's Chairman Sir Robert Reid surveyed the crash scene from a fire brigade hydraulic platform. The man at the top knows there's going to be much critical interest in the findings of the official inquiries. Did Sir Robert have any early theories on why the crash happened?
No, we're making our inquiries now. It will take some time. Unfortunately, the driver of one of the trains was killed, and he would have been a vital witness. And it will take us a bit longer because we have to analyse every bit of equipment.
It's clear one heavily loaded
Clapham Junction disaster
train heading for London was stopped at a red signal when it was rammed from behind by another, also crowded and apparently running late. Had that train passed a danger signal protecting the stationary one, travelling on round this bend into disaster? If so, why? Those are the central questions. The crash occurred on the Southwestern line running through Clapham Junction, bringing in trains from a wide area of southwest London, Surrey and Hampshire. A train from Basingstoke, running on the up main track, was brought to a stand by a red signal just beyond Battersea Rise. A signal behind it, just north of Trinity Road, should have been at danger, protecting the Basingstoke service. But whatever it showed, the following Bournemouth train went past that signal, colliding heavily with the Basingstoke train and hurling wreckage into the path of a third, empty train travelling south on the adjoining line. From the extent of the wreckage, it's likely the Bournemouth train was travelling at a fair speed. The maximum permitted here is 65 miles an hour. There may be criticism, too, of the crowded conditions commuters have to put up with, and the construction of the 20-year-old coaches, which came to grief today. But the most important issue may well be whether individual staff bear too much heavy responsibility in the congested rail conditions they now face. On the much maligned Underground, every red signal has a stop device. Any train which tries to pass a red aspect, however caused, is brought automatically to a standstill. British Rail might argue that extending such devices across its whole network would be prohibitively expensive. That attitude...
Yeah, but TPWS, which is like the red signal stopping device, is now a thing in much of the country, though still not all of it.
May be seriously questioned in the aftermath. Prohibitively expensive. That attitude may be seriously questioned in the aftermath of the nightmare at Clapham Junction.
So yeah, that was Clapham Junction. What others are there? We already talked about Ladbroke Grove in the Railway Safety live stream. Go away. This is an old article from the BBC. Yes, it is, Neon. Still there, Stan? Oh yeah, I did see there was a... here we are. This here is the official report of the 250-page report of the Clapham Junction crash. Yeah, if anyone wants to read the official report on the Clapham Junction crash, I'll put it here in the description. Yeah, it is a bit boring, but if anyone wants to read it, there, I'll put it in the chat. For anyone who does want to read it. Oops. I know Stan would find it boring, but others might find it interesting. Oh, what happened at Salisbury? Ah, yeah, where 2 people crashed. No one died in this crash, though. I mainly want to focus on the really infamous ones where people actually died. There was one in 1906 as well. This one was so much worse. 23 dead, 11 injured. Southwestern Railway. L12 class. Crashed. Memorial Tablet, 28 people dead in the Salisbury crash of 1906. My beloved 158 was hurt. I know. Railway was KO competitive speeds. So the driver was speeding. Yeah, overspeed on curve. say that, Stan. Not to Neon. They're anything but generic, Stan. I'd argue the 156s are more generic. I'd argue there are so many other far more generic trains. Like the Electrostars. I do like the Electrostars, but I do see why people would count them as generic. Oh, hi, Electra. I see you've reverted back to an older profile picture. Nice. Well, okay, have a good day. Perfect response. Hello, Levco. Nice to see you, Electro. So, as you can see, Electro, we were talking about train disasters tonight. The first one we talked about was the Hinton disaster. Nah, Stan. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to side with Neon, Stan. 158s are better. Other one was redundant. Why? Because you'd done it at Christmas? Because you'd done it purely for Christmas? Yeah, in a minute, Levco. And then I just want to tell Electra about Ireland's the worst train disaster that ever occurred in his country. And then we'll talk about, there was an Australian disaster I remember you saying you wanted us to talk about in this video. Along with the sounds? Yeah, I do agree with you, Neon. Well, anyway, Electro, so the first disaster we talked about in this stream was the Hinton disaster. It wasn't that bad. Alright then, Levco. Yeah, I agree, it is time to move on. I don't think it was that bad, but anyway, Electro. So in the Hinton disaster, Electro, a Via Rail passenger train travelling east collided with a westbound Canadian National freight train. 23 people were killed, 71 were injured. And the primary reason it happened, Electro... The primary reason it happened, Electro, was because the crew of the freight train were barely getting enough sleep at all. I disagree, Stan. Yeah. Yeah, Canadian National, the railway company, were forcing their employees to work extremely long shifts. Some of which up to 21 hours, and as a result, 21-hour continuous shifts, Electro. Can you believe that? And as a result, all of Canadian National's employees most of them were seriously fatigued. Many of them fell asleep at the controls and even disabled the dead man's pedal with a heavy bag so they wouldn't have to keep pressing it, because if they don't keep on pressing it, the dead man's pedal basically makes sure that the train crew is awake while the train is moving, and if they don't keep the pedal depressed, a warning goes off, and if the warning is acknowledged by pushing the pedal, the train will come to a stop. But the dead man's pedal was rigged in the locomotive of the freight train because engineer Jack Hudson, the driver of the freight train, was really, really tired because he'd been overworked so much. – 71 injuries, 23 deaths, actually, Electro, and this happened in Canada, not Ireland. I'll talk about the Irish disaster in a moment. Oh, the Buttervant rail disaster of 1980. Oh. Oh, you're talking about the Buttervant disaster of 1980. It can make interesting noises as well, Stan. 90% diesel, I'm aware. Oh, you're talking about the Buttervant disaster, I see. Wreckage at 200, combined speed 220 kilometers an hour. Exactly, Levko, that's what I just said. I think I've heard about Buttervant as well. Thanks, John Murray, for going... See, when doing the Dead Man Pedal in Lego City. Well, that's nice, Electro. Well done. Express train was sent to siding. Points weren't interlocked. It was a 71 class locomotive, actually, Electro, not a 70, not a 70. 75 was the number of the locomotive. It was a 71 class locomotive pulling the train, actually. Wooden-bodied Craven coaches all smashed up. Very nasty. Two for long enough, nice. But what do you think of Canadian National not... what do you think of Canadian National not giving its employees enough sleep? Enough rest, Electro? That's primarily what resulted in this disaster. On top of all that, though, Electro, engineer Jack Hudson was also an alcoholic and had numerous health problems. It's also possible that on top of falling asleep, as opposed to falling asleep at the controls, it's possible that Jack might also have had either a heart attack or stroke, or had a diabetic comatose. .7 jackknife, yes. Forced and unfair and restrictive. Indeed. They should definitely have gotten more rest. Yeah, Jack Hudson should have been dismissed after Canadian National knew about Jack Hudson's health problems, but didn't dismiss him. So,
suddenly,
more than anything else, Canadian National are at fault for the
going to pass.
For the Hinton disaster. Exactly, Neon. But what do you think of the Hinton disaster, Electro, and how it was caused by Canadian National not giving its employees enough sleep? Well, it's all right to have drinks from time to time, Electro. Kenneth Cuttle, that's it. He was one of the survivors of the Hinton crash. Instigators cover their asses. Yeah, they did. But thankfully, Electro, lessons were learned from the Hinton disaster, and now Canadian National is a far better company. But what do you? But this was the wreckage that occurred after the disaster, Electro. What do you think of it?
On. We were doing, I believe they said in the inquiry, about 70 odd miles an hour, and the freight train, which should have been on a loop line, but had come off, it was travelling downhill from Obed Lake, and that was doing over 50 miles an hour, which was far more than what
it was going over the speed limit.
What was the moment of impact like for you?
I said at the time, and I'm still going to refer to it the same way, it was like a mini atom bomb. There was a huge pall of black smoke that formed a mushroom, And that was when we hit head on. And then everything was in the air. There was massive long steel pipes.
Not initially,
everything you can imagine was airborne. Tonnage up there in the sky coming towards us. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but more than anything, besides the alcoholism, Electro, Jack Hudson and his brakeman Mark Edwards, along with conductor Wayne Smith, none of them had gotten enough sleep. Well, technically it did, Electro, because both the freight train and the passenger train, when they collided head-on, their fuel tanks were ruptured, which resulted in a huge fireball from both trains. And the fire burned the wreckage of the trains for several hours. So technically it did, Electro, because the diesel tanks of all the locomotives involved in the crash were ruptured. Well, most of them anyway. Yeah, both trains were made up of multiple locomotives. Exactly, Electro. Lack of sleep from all three crew members. Isn't that ridiculous, Electro? How Canadian Nationals simply didn't give their employees enough rest. That was mainly because Canadian Nationals employees were on call 24/7, which in my opinion is ridiculous. Railway workers should never be on call 24/7 for this exact reason. The Federal Railroad Administration's limit for how long railway workers can be on duty for, the maximum railroad workers can be on duty for in America and Canada, I believe, is 12 hours, which is very sensible. Ridiculous how Canadian National were making some of their employees work for up to 21 hours. Did they try to seal off the tanks? Well, they couldn't be sealed because they were completely ruptured. The fire, of course, had to be put out first. They went out with a bang, bloody hell. Would have been a different story? Yeah, that makes sense, Neon, as they're both electric locomotives. I'll have a look at it in a moment, Levko. But isn't that ridiculous, Electro, how Canadian National forced its employees to work so hard? A44 pedestrian hit. I guess this is a train disaster. This is technically a train disaster, so we will watch this. Exactly, Neon.
For decades, the
not quite, Electro. They ruptured. But not quite, Electro. They ruptured purely because of the sheer force of the two trains crashing into each other. Both the Canadian National Freight Train and the Via Rail passenger train crashed into each other at a combined speed of 125 miles an hour. The sheer force of that would have ruptured both the fuel tanks easily, so it wasn't due to corrosion or rusting or rotting or low maintenance.
many most popular activities around railways are train spotters. Fans of trains, young and old, throughout history, have always photographed any of their favourite trains that they see, and many of the most eye-magnetizing trains are the most well-known. Publicly and popular and celebrative trains, special trains that have stood the test of time and hold a special place in the locals' history and around the world. So if you're an Aussie like me, you could be there to capture Radiator 1, our national star attraction. Or if you're a Pummy, you could be there to capture Flying Scotsman, the most historical and famous engine in the entire globe. And if you're American, you could be there to capture dozens, such as Norfolk and Western 611.
Spontaneous change in pressure will cause it to explode, and that's exactly what happened when both the freight train and passenger train smashed into each other. the spontaneous pressure did indeed cause them to explode. Oh, it's fine, Electro. It does
Southern
happen.
Pacific 4449, Union Pacific 4014, and America's last ever steam engine, Union Pacific 844. And this is what this video is all about. However, one of the many things is to be expected when doing rail tours of famous engines, of course. One of the things rail tour crews expect from are, of course, as mentioned, train spotters. Train spotters, no matter where, are always going to try and take an exciting photograph at each vantage point. This, of course, is to be expected, but at cases, this is also half concerning. And why do I say half concerning, you might ask? Well, you see, train spotters over the times have been known for one thing: trespassing. Trespassing
and getting too close to the tracks.
Illegally and dangerously risking their own life to get a striking snapshot. Trespassers illegally and dangerously risking their own life to get a striking snapshot.
Refresh the description, okay. Pressure would have been good though, with a head-on collision. Exactly, really great. But isn't it ridiculous how it was caused by, lack of sleep? Do you agree that's a ridiculous policy, Electro? Story of the incident.
Transporters, no matter where, are always going to try and take an expectations have cases with fortunately risking their own life. Trespassing. Trespassers illegally and dangerously risking their own life to get a striking snapshot. There are many cases with fortunate near misses and unfortunate deaths.
Still there, Electro?
And there are many usual death cases with train spotting, with general heritage tours. And you'd never think that sort of thing would happen with that particular engine.
Exactly.
And on July 21st, 2018, 2 days after I turned 14, the unimaginable happened with Union Pacific 844. This is a story of the Henderson incident back in 2018. The Union Pacific 844 is a steam locomotive, specifically an FEF-3 class 484 Northern type, that is part of the Union Pacific Railroad's heritage fleet. It was built in December 1944 by the American Locomotive Company and is the last steam locomotive built for the Union Pacific. It is also the one of the 4 surviving FEF series locomotives that is still in operation, known as the Living Legend. It has never been retired and continues to operate on the Union Pacific system as an ambassador of goodwill and has been used for excursion service since 1960. Number 844 has run hundreds of thousands of miles as Union Pacific's publicity locomotive. The locomotive often pulled the annual Denver Post-sponsored Cheyenne Frontier Days train that ran around trip from Cheyenne to Denver every July before it was discontinued in early 2019. The Cheyenne Frontier Days train trip was an outdoor rodeo and western celebration in the United States, held annually since 1987 in Cheyenne, Wyoming. It bills itself as the world's largest outdoor rodeo and western celebration. The event, claimed to be one of the largest of its kind in the world, draws nearly 200,000 annually. Lodging fills up quickly during the peak tourist season throughout southern and eastern Wyoming. Into northern Colorado and western Nebraska, the celebration is held during 10 days counted about the last full week of July. In 2008, Cheyenne Frontier Days was inducted into the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame prior to the annual kickoff of the Cheyenne Frontier Days on a Friday. The annual cattle drive is held on the preceding Sunday morning. This event, which attracts considerable attention, is inspired by the cattle drives of the Old West. In 2013, 447 steers herded by mountain cowboys walked 3 miles from Hines Boulevard into Frontier Park. In 2015, 550 steers walked this route. It starts from a pasture north of the city and runs along Interstate 25, south and then through the city streets into the park. Cheyenne Frontier Days has a full-time staff of 18 people year-round, and an estimated 3,000 volunteers, of whom a small number are paid. There is preparation before the event and cleanup after the event, as well as all of the work that needs performed during the actual event. And Union Pacific 844 was part of the event by taking railfan trips from Cheyenne to Denver. July 21st, 2018, and Union Pacific departed. July 21st, 2018, and Union Pacific 844 departed Cheyenne for the Frontier Days excursion.
Somewhat fits 844 itself.
The trip went as the way everyone expected. Many rail fans meeting and greeting each other, people telling their store experiences, and young rail fans playing with toys and eating sweets. Everything was going well. As 844 flies through the countryside, many rail fans are waiting at each vantage point along the way. Everyone cheers 844 as it and the maintenance people fly along and through. But everything would happen at once when it came to Henderson. Henderson is a small solar yard area coming into Denver. It is on the same route as 844. There are two old rail fans called Steve and Kelly Yarish were here and were part of the photographers waiting to see 844 fly through. But Kelly was standing too close to the track. She was standing right on the railway tie. She didn't know how much she estimated and was too busy looking at her phone camera to even recognize her distance. But as 844 came along, the inconsiderable happened. .844 struck and killed Kelly instantly. She flew backwards in a cartwheel-like fashion, and although the footage of her getting struck may look survivable, I guarantee you it was not. 844's fireman apparently tried to shout at her to get out of the way, but she didn't hear and the crew couldn't be able to do anything to stop it. Afterwards, Union Pacific 844 had an emergency stop so that way they could observe the accidental doing. This wasn't 844 or the crew's fault, this thing is. It was all too soon, and trains can't stop quickly. Trains are big heavy machines and they can't stop that quickly, no matter what you do to try and make a train stop. It'll still take up to nearly 17 stadium fields to stop, depending upon what speed you're travelling at. And this is just an accident. An unintentional, innocent, and unknowing accident. And that's what matters. and that's what matters about the situation. It was just an accident caused by a simple mistake and a lack of spatial awareness, and I give my condolences to anyone who knew Kelly or anyone else who was involved in the incident. There was supposed talk that this was an act of sabotage to end Union Pacific steam program, because a woman is dead would be pretty selfish right now. I'm not worried about the train. 844 is completely fine. It could have been any locomotive and the same result would have happened. The only difference being is that 844 attracts attention, and people need to be aware that regardless of what engine it is, you must always keep your distance. Steve spoke out about this concern, saying, "It's a part of American life that people enjoy, and for this to be used to the bad vibe on excursion trains, I definitely don't want that to happen. People enjoy it. If legislation came out that no one was going to stop excursion trains, that would make me unhappy." At the end, it's clear that the incident did not end Union Pacific steam program after all. They did nothing wrong, and unfortunately the very next year in 2019, the Cheyenne Frontier excursion train was discontinued due to this. Union Pacific 844 still runs today alongside 4014, and they both do rail fan tours. If there is any lesson to know about this, if you are train spotting, always keep your distance. If you want to do a really close camera shot, just place your camera at the tracks while the train is still at a safe distance away and step back. Watch yourself. You are only limited to one life. Preserve it. Keep it safe. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video. Don't forget to hit the like button and...
Well, that's that. Wonder where Electro's gone. We'll talk about Ireland's worst ever train disaster when Electro returns. I know. Okay. We had some technical difficulties and me messaging some few other people, so we'll go until at least 45 tonight. Levco, didn't you say you wanted to talk about one of Australia's worst train disasters? Where did it occur again? Piss. Where was it occurred? Because it was a pretty nasty one. Granville. Yeah, that's it, Granville.
Nothing, sitting there and chatting. There was it in the right hand up the lift strip on the inner spoon.
Yeah, train derailed and an Australian commuter train inbound towards Sydney derailed and crashed into a bridge. And the bridge sagged and fell on top of the train, crushing the coaches. Let's see, how many people did it kill? Still there, Neon? Oh, you are still there. 84 people dead. 84 dead, 213 injured. An unborn child was added to the fatality list as well. Damn. being pulled by a 46 class electric locomotive bound for Sydney. Some were trapped in the train for hours. The worst rail disaster in Australian history. Let's have a look at this one.
There's just bodies everywhere. Everywhere. I thought it was just the carriage under the bridge at first, but then I had a look on the other side of the bridge. The locomotive's on its side, and one carriage, all you can see is the floor of it. It's on its side. It's had the top ripped off it. The others have jackknifed into it. No, it's just dreadful.
Poor guy.
Hey, ma'am, have you got somebody in there? I think so. Can I go and see? Can I go and see? What makes you think there's somebody in there? Well, it's the 8 o'clock train from Parramatta. Yeah. She always gets that train. Who's that? Jenny. Your daughter? Yes, and she hasn't arrived at work. Can't go down there.
18th of January 1977. The 6:09 a.m. Mount Victoria to Sydney Central service gets ready from departure from the sidings at Mount Victoria. After a short while, it departs the sidings towards Sydney. The train consists of 46 class electric locomotive 4620 and several coaches, consisting of the wooden S-type carriage stock that had become widespread across
Yes, wooden coaches. Yeah, as has been proven time and again from all these train disasters, wooden-bodied coaches are far less survivable for passengers on board them than steel-bodied coaches.
Consists of 46 class electric locomotive 4620 and several coaches, consisting of the wooden S-type carriage stock that had become widespread across the New South Wales rail network. The locals nicknamed this service the Slugger because it stops at every station crawling down the line. These stations will be Mount Victoria, Blackheath, Medlow Bath, Katoomba, Lura, Wentworth Falls, Bullaburra, Lawson, Hazelbrook, Woodford, Lyndon, before passing through the sites of where the closed Numantia and Alphington stations were. Onwards it would go to Falcon Bridge, Springwood, Valley Heights, and then it would pass the closed Carrabah station before stopping at Warramoo, Blaxland, Glenbrook and Lapston, where there once was a zigzag railway and an old diversion. After this it would leave the Blue Mountains, before arriving at Emu Plains and Penrith, where it would only stop at major destinations inside of Sydney, such as Blacktown and Parramatta, before terminating at Central.
Is everyone still there?
4620 had quite a bad record, as in 1965, it had run away at Wentworth Falls and caused a big derailment to occur as it flew off the tracks. In 1971, the railways were transferred from the New South Wales Government Railway to the New South Wales Public Transport Commission, which meant that it would get maintained by a different organisation. The PCC engineers had inspected the track between Granville and Parramatta, which was just the section the train was soon going to enter. At 8:10 a.m, one thing is troubling the train as it hurtles through Sydney: time. It was 3 minutes late as it arrives into Parramatta. All mainline signals are green, giving the driver the ability to head down the line to Strathfield at full speed, giving him the chance to regain the 3 minutes lost. But he doesn't know that his train is not safe. The train starts to shake as the worn-out wheels begin to ever so slightly rise up on the dilapidated tracks, but he doesn't know. He is only following the signal's instructions.
Yes, as I said in my video covering the Potter's Bar crash, neglecting critical maintenance leads to accidents very, very frequently, and in extreme cases such as Potter's Bar and Granville, fatal consequences.
Tracks, but he doesn't know. They ever so slightly rise up on a dilapidated tracks, but he doesn't. His train is not safe. The train starts to shake as the worn-out wheels begin to ever so slightly rise up on a dilapidated tracks, but he doesn't know. He is only following the signal's instructions. It gets to 73 kilometers an hour. When it reaches lead 73, the wheels then set all hell breaking loose. 4620 derails as it skids along the tracks, kicking up stones and other debris from hundreds of feet, creating an incredible cloud of dust. 4620 is headed straight for the stanchions of the Bold Street Road Bridge and slams into them, knocking them over like dominoes and running them over, causing the engine to flip onto its side. It continues skidding until it strikes a power pole, uprooting it and making it fly back from the engine, being caught in the electric power line. The first carriage gets sliced open, killing 8 people as the train finally comes to rest. The rest of the carriages are still upright on the tracks, with the third and fourth ones lying underneath the unstable bridge. The passengers underneath the bridge are not all okay, despite the bridge not being collapsed. Gas that was kept inside the coaches for winter heating leaked as people were overcome by gas poisoning. Then, a car goes over the bridge, with its weight causing the most horrifying event. The bridge collapsed onto the wooden coaches, crushing the passengers right in their seats. Continuous screaming erupts, startling everyone nearby, as civilians escape onto the tracks. People are pulled from the windows of carriages as they panic. Some of the people uninjured in the crash help those trapped in the crushed carriages. The driver shockingly survived the crash, crawling out of the shattered front window. Underneath the bridge, those who still survived struggled to breathe inside the squashed and thin coaches. Rescue squads have difficulty evacuating the passengers as the track was in a cutting. The only way to get down was by cutting through a fence and going down a steep embankment, or by walking down the dangerous collapsed bridge. In total, 84 people died, with 213 people being injured, most of them being seriously. One of the deaths was an unborn child, which was the youngest victim of this disaster. The New South Wales Fire Brigade had to pump fresh air into wreckage due to the LPG, making it impossible for rescue crews to get inside the mangled timber.
It's fine, Neon.
But why? Why did such a disaster have to happen? The ATSB investigation brought up many alarming findings. The original inquiry found out the primary cause of the crash was, quote, the very unsatisfactory condition of the permanent way, as in the poor fastening and condition of the old track, causing the rail to spread out and derail the hurdling slugger. This was later the unsatisfactory condition of the permanent way. The cause of the crash was, quote, the very unsatisfactory condition of the permanent way, as in the poor fastening and condition of the old track, causing the rail to spread out and derail the hurdling slugger. This was later found to be a cover-up, and 30 years later it was revealed what the true cause was. The real cause was a lack of maintenance for 4620. The L6 wheel on the train had become worn past its limit in August 1976. The wheel, however, was not replaced, but the engine would be kept under surveillance. The reason it wasn't replaced is due to the PTC having scrapped the spare wheels for funds to its budget. Another factor was the bridge itself. When it was built, it was found that the base of the deck was 1 meter lower than the road. This was rectified using concrete, which might have amplified the crash. Another fault was that if they had rebuilt the bridge without pillars, no collision and collapse would have occurred.
Exactly.
For 39 years, the survivors and victims had little to say until the Granville Train Disaster Association Incorporated was formed. On the 4th of May 2017, Gladys Berejiklian gave a formal apology to the victims. Shortly after the disaster, a voluntary group collected unknown donation amounts to allegedly erect a memorial wall for ongoing memorial services. Families and friends of the victims and survivors gather with surviving members of the rescue crews annually. The ceremony ends with the throwing of 84 roses onto the tracks to mark the number of passengers killed. In 2007, a plaque was placed on the bridge to mark the efforts of the railway workers who assisted in rescuing survivors from the train. In 1998, Umbrella Entertainment would produce the docudrama The Day of the Roses, recounting the events of the crash. A TV documentary called The Train, produced by Graham McNeice, aired in 2012 on the History Channel and was narrated by Brian Henderson. But this wasn't the only time a train crashed because of a broken wheel. On January 15th, 2014, a double-decker Tangara train on the eastern suburbs line derailed at Edgecliff. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. 43 years have passed, and to this day, the Granville train disaster remains the worst rail disaster not just in New South Wales, but in the whole of Australia. Hopefully, a rail tragedy like this will never occur again.
I won't. Four hours long? Seriously? Day of the
Carriages of the 609 are all made from timber. And 141 people will be under this bridge when it drops.
About the speed on the curve.
On train carriage. So their shoulders are literally lower than their knees. Here they will stay. Unable to move, many of them conscious, trapped in the heat and the darkness. Yeah. I want a list of all derailments since 1957.
Really crushing.
Lower you. You'll get back to this. Bloody worth it, Boris.
Maybe say this.
Alright. Stan, you seem to be upsetting Loveco at the moment, so do you mind? Alright, Stan, you've made your point. Now, would you mind stopping, please?
Your dad's already had his breakfast. What would you like? I'm just having a cup of coffee. So?
Never says a thing. Orchids out from Mount this. They have not been shifted. They are totally exposed and vulnerable as they support a mass of concrete and steel weighing more than 300 tons. Carriages of the 609 are all made from timber. And 141 people will be under this bridge when it drops. Chance and luck. It's paramount authority to proceed at maximum speed. He is not to know that this speed is unsafe, nor that the train he is driving can push the rails wide. He is simply doing what the signals tell him. The train soon gains speed, touching 78 k's, as it reaches the point called lead 73. As the train goes round the curve, its front wheels, its worn front wheels, connects with the side of the track. The speed of the train and the weight of the engine push the wheels up a bit higher than normal. Not much, just a fraction. Just enough for the train to come off the track. The train doesn't stop. It keeps going on the dirt for hundreds of feet. In its wake, it creates an incredible cloud of dust and dirt and ballast. Of 25,000 tons, it ploughs into the trestles of the Bold Street Bridge. The force of 25,000 tons.
I do like some of the production work that's done here. There seems to be used miniatures. The
force of 25. The force of 25,000 tons. It ploughs. Force of 25,000 tons. It ploughs into the trestles of the Bold Street Bridge. Demolishing all of its stanchions. But the bridge doesn't fall. Not yet, anyway. It balances on its edges, here and here. The engine continues. It's out of control until it...
Bit of CGI used there. Miniatures mixed with CGI. The gaps of this story. Hello, Jacob. In a moment, I know, Jacob, I know you wanted to talk about the Quintons Hill disaster. We're just talking about Australia's worst ever train disaster at the moment, but as you're now here, Jacob, and I know you wanted us to talk about the Quintons Hill disaster, we'll talk about that in a moment, but for now, we're talking about Australia's worst ever disaster.
The engine continues. Out of control until it hits this, a power pole. It uproots the power pole, kicking it up and ahead of the engine. Still suspended by power lines, the pole swings back into carriage 1, ripping the roof away from the floor, tearing the walls apart. Like a flying chainsaw, it kills 8 people and injures dozens more. Meanwhile, here, beneath the balancing bridge, most of carriage 3 and half of carriage 4 have ground to a halt, with 141 passengers inside them.
It's all right. It's okay. We'll come up the tracks.
Terrific. Now we'll be late for work.
Being late for work, I think you're going to be worried about more than being late for work in a moment, mate.
It's all right. It's all right. The worst is over.
Worst is over.
They'll come and get us.
How wrong you're about to be, darling.
They'll come and get us.
The silence is broken by cries of stay calm and it's all right.
But it's not all right.
Then over the silence comes a crunching sound. Some of the passengers look out of windows and scream, then try to climb through them out of sheer desperation. But the forces working against this train now are too great to be resisted. Most of the victims will not die immediately. The impact will push them forward in their seats, so their shoulders are literally lower than their knees. Here they will stay, unable to move, many of them conscious, trapped in the heat and the darkness.
Leave. She left because it was too much for her.
As the suffocating gas leaks all around them.
Yeah, the gas from the ruptured tanks.
141 people. 320 tons.
Yeah, the bridge is about to collapse.
What was that?
It wasn't the train. The train stopped.
Oh my God.
It's the car. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, there's probably pictures.
Oh my God.
In. It was called the Day of the Roses because 84 roses were thrown onto the track after the incident to mark out of respect for the victims. Shouldn't have seen as a kid? Oh well, what was that? Jacob, you wanted us to talk about the Quinton's Hill disaster, didn't you? I've already briefly talked about this. How that many people? Well, many of them were standing as well as going to work. Yeah, we're Train of Thought isn't. We've watched many of Train of Thought's videos before. So, on stream, and he's never claimed any of them, so I think watching this one from him will be fine about Quinton's Hill. This one's only 7 minutes.
War. War is war. War is hell. And none were as hellish as the First World War. Troops from all over their respective home countries.
This was uploaded on the 11th of November of 2022.
War. War is hell.
Yes,
and none were as hellish as the First World War. Troops from all over their respective home countries were sent off to die for king and country.
Ridiculous. If I was called up to serve in the military, I'd simply refuse. I'm not dying for a bunch of crusty old men who can't get along. It's always the lowest people lowest in society who pay the highest price. It's caught in a Metroid strike. Meteoroid strike? Yes, it is KFC lover. For 50 years? Damn. I never... Wow. You gotta send me that, man. I'm interested. Yes, it is KFC lover. Welcome.
War. War is hell. And none were as hellish as the First World War.
I'd rather go to prison for refusing a draft than fight on the front lines. I honestly would.
Troops from all over their respective home countries were sent off to die for king and country. And while there were some who suffered terrible fates overseas far away from home, the 7th Battalion of the Royal Scots suffered one of their most tragic losses before they'd even left home.
Yeah.
On the 22nd of May 1915, 500 men of the 7th Battalion Royal Scots boarded a train headed for port after they were called to fight at the 7th. On the
The monotone delivery of Trainer Fort's voice here shows how tragic he finds this.
22nd of May 1915, 500 men of the 7th Battalion Royal Scots boarded a train headed for port after they were called to fight in Gallipoli. It was around 6:30 in the morning as they travelled up the line to Carlisle. Around that same time, George Meakin, the night signalman, was still working the signals at a set of passing loops between Gretna
and a railway disaster that happened in my fantasy world of Caliscotnia in the same place as Skywrite Kingdom, same universe as Skywrite Kingdom. Similar disaster happened.
Headed for port after they were called to fight in Gallipoli. It was around 6:30 in the morning as they travelled up the line to Carlisle. Around that same time, George Meakin, the night signalman, was still working the signals at a set of passing George Meakin morning as they travelled up the line to Carlisle. Around that same time, George Meakin, the night signalman, was still working the signals at a set of passing loops between Gretna Junction and Kirkpatrick. James Tinsley arrived around this time, who was supposed to start his shift in the signal box at 6 a.m. It was a common practice.
You'd rather spend your life in a North Korean jail yourself than fight? I totally understand that, KFC lover. Welcome either way, and I don't think I've seen you before, KFC lover, so welcome to my channel. Please subscribe if you haven't already.
In Gretna Junction and Kirkpatrick. James Tinsley arrived around this time, who was supposed to start his shift in the signal box at 6 a.m. It was a common practice for early morning signalmen to arrive 30 or so minutes late to avoid the need to wake up so early to get to work, provided they had informed the night signalman beforehand. This practice, however, was usually against company rules, despite most signalmen doing it. On this day, George Meakin had agreed to cover the extra 30 minutes for James Tinsley. A quick lesson on passing loops. They're basically a small siding that allows for slower trains to move out of the way, so that faster or more important trains can pass. Once the faster train has passed by, the slow train can continue out of the siding and carry on its way. There is also an additional set of points between the up and down lines to allow trains to shunt from one line to the other, should the passing loop be full and nothing is coming the other way. On this day, a goods train was taking up space in the downline siding, and a local passenger train needed to be shunted to allow for an express to pass by. Meakin had shunted the passenger train onto the upline to allow the...
This diagram is seen on the Wikipedia article of the Quintonsil disaster.
The downline siding, and a local passenger train needed to be shunted to allow for an express to pass by. Meakin had shunted the passenger train onto the upline to allow the express to go by, and had to move a train of empty coal wagons into the upline siding to allow the troop train to overtake it. Around this time, Tinsley showed up to start his shift. Meakin had written all the notes for the logbook on a scrap of paper, so Tinsley could copy them in, so it seemed he arrived at 6 o'clock and wouldn't get into trouble. This is where it all went wrong. Both guards from the stopped coal trains had entered the signal box to sort paperwork, while Meakin was reading a newspaper, making conversation with the signal box to sort paperwork, while both guards from the stopped coal trains had entered the signal box to sort paperwork, while Meakin was reading a newspaper, making conversation with everyone about the paper's reports on the war. Guards from the stopped coal trains had entered the signal box to sort paperwork, while Meakin was reading a newspaper. Coal trains had entered the signal box to sort paperwork, while Meakin was reading a newspaper, making conversation with everyone about the paper's reports on the war. All four men began discussing the war, which distracted Tinsley.
Oh, damn. Money is always right. Thanks, Slavko. You're welcome. I'm glad you did.
Who was so busy sorting... All four men began discussing the war, which distracted Tinsley, who was so busy sorting signals and copying notes that he forgot about the local passenger train still on the upline. Ironically, it was the same train he had used to get to work. He set the
That's what makes it kind of hilarious. How he forgot about the very train he had used to get to work and didn't take it into account. had he remembered the train he was literally just on, he should have. He probably would have set the signal. He probably would have set the signal for the troop train to red to bring it to a stop, so the siding could be arranged
All
a
force
bit
paper
better,
coal trains had entered the signal box to sort.
or let it go past elsewhere.
All went wrong. Both guards.
Yeah, he should have let what Tinsley should have done is, because the local train was already occupying the same line the troop train was going to use, what he should have done is let the northbound express train, overnight express train, come past first, then sent the local train on its way, and then that would have cleared the line for the troop train to carry on. That's what he should have done, and that's probably what he would have done had he remembered the very local train he had just come on, but...
block and wouldn't get into trouble.
Neon.
This is where it all went wrong. Both guards from the stopped coal trains had entered the signal box to sort paperwork, while Meakin was reading a newspaper, making conversation with everyone about the paper's reports on the war. All four men began discussing the war, which distracted Tinsley, who was so busy sorting signals and copying notes that he forgot about the local passenger train still on the up line. Ironically, it was the same train he had used to get to work.
Exactly.
He set the up line to all clear to allow the same train he had used to get to work. He set the up line. Ironically, it was the same train he had used to get to work. He set the up line to all clear to allow the train of the Royal Scots troops to advance. Meakin should have placed a safety lock on the signal lever, which would have prevented it from being set to clear, while the passenger left clear to allow the train of the Royal Scots troops to advance. Meakin should have placed a safety lock on the signal lever, which would have prevented it from being set to clear, while the passenger train was still stood on the line. At 6:49 a.m, the troop train ran headfirst into the stationary passenger train.
Yeah. It's right into the stationary passenger train.
At 6:49 a.m, the troop train ran headfirst into the stationary passenger train. While many were injured and some were killed, worse came in the form of the second northbound express, thundering along the down line towards the wreckage. The train had already passed a signal before it could be set to danger, and as such couldn't stop in time. Both locomotives pulling the express collided, and as such couldn't stop in time. The train had already passed a signal before it could be set to danger, and as such couldn't stop in time. Both locomotives pulled it could be set to danger, and as such couldn't stop in time. They passed a signal before it could be set to danger, and as such couldn't stop in time. Both locomotives pulling the express collided with the ruined carriages, furthering the size of the mess. Both of the goods trains that collided with the ruined search couldn't stop in time. Both locomotives pulling the express collided with the ruined carriages, furthering the size of the mess. Both of the goods trains that were parked in the sidings also ended up getting tangled in the wreck. Unfortunately, the worst of the accident was yet to come. Let me remind you, this was wartime.
Soonish. I don't know, Lewis.
Railways needed all the rolling stock they could get. As such, many troop trains and supply trains were made up of old or hastily made up rolling stock. The Great Central Railway carriages that were carrying the troop had get. As such, many troop trains and supply trains were made up of old or hastily made up rolling stock. The Great Central Railway carriages that were carrying the troops were old and had been hastily put back into service. They were built with wooden frames and had little in the way of crash protection. Onto this, railway carriages that were carrying the troops were old and had been hastily put back into service. They were built with wooden frames and had little in the way of crash protection. On top of that, they were lit with gas lighting, with the gas stored under the frames of the carriages. The ruined carriages soon caught fire, leaving many of the troops trapped in the burning wreck as 15 of the 21 troop carriages went up in flames, along with the goods wagons and other passenger carriages. Firefighters, doctors, and even a couple that owned a nearby shop ran over to help who they could, but the fire was blazing bright and spreading fast. The fire was so hot it consumed all the coal in the tenders of the locomotives. Some men had to be swiftly amputated to free them from the wreckage. It's never been confirmed, but it's said that some soldiers who couldn't be rescued took their own lives or begged to be shot instead of having to suffer the pain of being burnt alive. An officer who had gotten out unscathed took to shooting some of the men trapped in the fire. Some younger soldiers fled the scene while they had the chance to get out of fighting. It took hours for the fire to eventually die down, and it wasn't extinguished until the next morning. After the accident, a total of 246 people were injured and 229 people had died. Of the 229 people, 9 were passengers, 3 were railway employees, and 4 were children. The other 214 were all soldiers, most of whom died from the fire.
Yes, the vast majority of those who died in the Quintessel crash were the soldiers on board the troop
9
train.
were passengers, 3 were railway employees, and 4 were children. The other 214 were all soldiers, most of whom died from the fire. Most of the troops aboard had come from the same town of Leith. Pretty much fire. Most 214 were all soldiers, most of whom died from the fire. Most of the troops aboard had come from the same town of Leith. Pretty much everyone in the town knew at least one of the men who had died so close to home. Of the bodies, 83 could be identified, 82 were recovered but unrecognizable, and 50 were missing altogether, having been cremated in the blaze. The total was 200 missing identified, 82 were recovered but unrecognizable, and 50 were missing altogether, having been cremated in the blaze. The total was 215, but later amended by the army to be 214. The men were buried in a mass grave with full military honours after being given a proper funeral. All surviving officers were sent to Liverpool the next day, but only 6 officers were deemed fit enough to depart overseas. Both George Meakin and James Tinsley were arrested and sentenced to several years of prison time. Both, however, were eventually let out a year later.
What was a big problem in World War I, Stan? Gaslighting
Officers
or
were sent to
something else?
military honours after being given a proper funeral. All surviving officers were sent to Liverpool the next day, but only 6 officers were deemed fit enough to depart overseas. Both George Meakin and James Tinsley were arrested
A lot
and
of towns
sentenced
had
to
their own regiments? Ah, yeah.
officers were sent to Liverpool the next day, but only 6 officers were deemed fit enough to depart overseas. Both George Meakin and James Tinsley were arrested and sentenced to several years of prison time. Both, however, were eventually let out a year later as the UK was still at war and needed every pair of hands it could spare. With only 58 men out of 500 in good health after the accident, that part of the 7th Battalion remained in Scotland. A memorial remains in place at the Rosebank Cemetery listing the names of all those who had died. War is a tragic thing, and it's always important to remember that not every great loss happens on the front lines.
Why are they playing Auld Lang Syne? Oh, of course, it's a Scottish song. I was thinking, why are they doing a playing a Scottish song? Why is he playing a New Year's Eve song for a video like this? And then I remembered, of course, it was a Scottish song. Yeah, they're even more tragic. Cool, MLP fan.
Pass.
There was a provision to safeguard the trains caused as a sad railway disaster. Before he was sent up to the...
That's that, I guess. All those who passed, indeed. Well, I was hoping Electra would be back so we could, at some point, so we could finish the stream talking about Ireland's worst ever train crash. Still there, Neon? So yeah, Jacob, I know you wanted to talk about Quinton's Hill in this stream, so you're welcome. Guess this would be a good time to indeed demo. There was also cool Neon. I wonder why Odd was only here for like 5 minutes and then he didn't come back at all for the rest of the stream. I wonder what's happened. Maybe he felt maybe he felt he'd get too depressed by this stream and that's why he left. These are the two disasters I've already talked about in the Thunderbolt 1000 Siren production style. The Gare de Lyon runaway and Potter's Bar disaster. I did also want to, this year, hello CBBS fan, this year I did also want to talk about the excuse me. I did also want to do a video on the Polmont crash, which happened on the 30th of July 1984 in Polmont, Scotland, but I'm currently really focused on other videos, and especially Raptordogs, so I won't be able to do that video now, but hopefully next year. So yeah, for those who are interested in checking out the 2 documentaries I've done on train disasters, then I'd advise it would be great if you did. I'll go until 11, actually give Electra a bit more time to return. So many I could talk about, so many other disasters I could talk about.
Amtrak's
Saw Una. Yeah, she just happened to pop up. Oh yes, the Ashede disaster. We were going to talk about that. One of the worst high-speed train disasters ever. How could I forget?
Um 10:55 Uhr bricht ein Radreifen bei Tempo 200. Der abgesprungene Radreifen wickelt sich ab und bohrt sich durch den Boden eines Abteils.
Monoblock. The Ashede disaster was caused by a wheel rim breaking off from the duo-block wheels of the ICE-2. Wheel rim broke off, basically scooped up a check rail, which caused one of the bogies on one of the coaches of the ICE-1 train to derail and smash into a pillar. And much like in the Granville disaster, a bridge also got taken out and fell on top of the train. But unlike in Granville, where the bridge collapse didn't occur until after the crash, the bridge collapse occurred instantly when the ICE-1 crashed into the pillar. Yeah, as I said, this is the worst high-speed train disaster in history.
Kurz vor einer Brücke nahe des Bahnhofs Eschede stellt eine Weiche um. Der Zug entgleist.
Into each other, resulting in that. Oh yeah, how can I forget about this high-speed train disaster, where a Spanish Talgo AVE high-speed train derailed, heavy generator car smashed into the wall along there and bringing down the electric wires. And this happened because the driver of this high-speed train was speeding. Okay. And then the CCTV camera got wrecked when the train crashed into it. I actually remember very clearly when this Spanish disaster happened. Outside Santiago de Compostela. Yeah, it was. Exactly, Jacob. Well, yeah, and clearly this Talgo AVE train didn't slow down. I remember this disaster. I remember very clearly when this disaster happened. I remember this train disaster being reported constantly on the news. This was in 2013. Me and my family were on holiday in Portugal at the time. We weren't in Spain, but we were still in Iberia at the time this disaster occurred. But isn't it crazy how me and my family just so happened to be in Iberia when this crash occurred? Welcome back, Electro. Talking about a couple of high-speed train disasters at the moment. This one happened in Spain, near Santiago in northern Spain. What's crazy, personally for me, is I heard about this crash so much when it first happened, and me and my family, Electro, just so happened to be on holiday, not in Spain, but in Portugal. We were still in Iberia at the time this crash happened. Well, the CCTV date says down here, 24th of July 2013. Oh my god, it was almost exactly 12 years ago, this disaster. The time. I know, but it was still crazy how me and my family just so happened to be in Iberia at the time of this crash. Exactly. Banked me and on a slice. So that's it. Banked track. That's it. Jacob. Banked track. That's what it means. This CCTV footage has since gone viral, and it all happened because the driver was speeding. Exactly. Yeah, that's it, Electro. Banking, that's... Yeah, the Ashede... Then there was also the Ashede disaster, which was an even worse high-speed train disaster, Electro. That one happened in Germany. When a duo-block wheel design, the rim of a duo-block wheel on the restaurant coach, Electro, well, I don't think it was the restaurant coach, I think it may have been a first-class coach. Well, what happened was, on the ICE, Electro, it sheared off the wheel rim and pushed its way through into the passenger compartment, and then the wheel rim basically scooped up a check rail as the train was still travelling at 125 miles an hour, causing the bogie to derail, and that caused us, and then the derailed bogie forced a set of points to change, which caused the coaches to swerve off into a pillar, smashing through a bridge and causing the bridge to collapse on top of the train, and the coaches behind the ICE to jackknife into each other. Exactly, Jacob. The term bank can be used interchangeably for many different railway terms. This is what happened, Electro. Licky incline, exactly. Thanks, Lewis. So, if you're still there, Electro, see, look. The duo-block wheel design was cracked. The duo-block wheel design wasn't designed for high-speed running, and it caused serious fatigue due to high-speed running, and it completely sheared off the wheel. And then the rim scooped up that check rail. Internal combustion engine? No. ICE, in Germany, Electro, the ICE trains are the German national high-speed trains. ICE stands for Intercity Express. I've travelled on several. I just call them ICE trains. I think just calling them ICE trains sounds a lot better. So here you have the 4 models of ICE. You've got the ICE 1 furthest to the left, then the ICE 2. ICE 3, a very curvy, sleek design. The ICE 3 is my favourite. And then the much boxier ICE 4, the most recent design. There are other types of ICE trains, Electro, but these are the 4 main ones. Yeah. There are different types of ICE train. ICE 1, ICE 2, ICE 3, ICE 4. The one involved in the Ashede disaster was an ICE 1. So as I was saying, Electro, the duo-block wheel design wasn't designed to be used on high-speed trains. It was only designed for lower-speed vehicles, like lower-speed rail vehicles, like trams. And as a result, it caused significant wear to the wheel rim, which caused it to fracture, crash up into the passenger carriage, scoop up a check rail, which caused the bogie of the affected coach to derail. See, there's the wheel rim going up through the armrest of one of the passenger compartments. And then the derailed bogie forced a set of points to be changed, causing it to swerve onto the track adjacent to it on the right-hand side. And then the derailed coach smashed through the bridge. The bridge came right down on top of the train, and the rest of the coaches jackknifed into each other. It was a very fatal design flaw. Thought you'd find this disaster in particular interesting, Electra, as it was caused by metal fatigue, something which you're very familiar with engineering, I'm sure. But yeah, it was very tragic. Playing crossed lines. Yeah, that's a Thomas episode. And what's even more crazy is that the Eschede disaster happened on the 3rd of June, my birthday. The Eschede disaster happened exactly 6 years before I was born. I find it unbelievable that the Eschede disaster happened on my birthday, exactly 6 years before I was born. That is so crazy. 101 people were killed. The Eschede disaster still remains the worst high-speed train disaster in history. A mega coincidence, Neon. Anyway, Electro, if you're still there, we're going to finish this stream, Electro, by talking about the worst train disaster in Irish history. The Armagh disaster.
In 1889, when the hundreds of Armagh Sunday School students, staff and family members, climbed aboard the Great Northern Railway passenger train, bound for their day trip to a seaside religious retreat in Warrenpoint, little did they know, before the train would even get halfway there, the day trip would turn into a nightmare of operator errors, locked exit doors, and poor judgment by management, with horrific consequences. It was planned to be a fun summer Wednesday for the Armagh Methodist Church Sunday School Group, and the Great Northern Railway of Ireland, or GNR, prepared an entire train dedicated exclusively to the occasion.
That was kind of the Irish Great Northern Railway, not to be confused with the American or British Great Northern Railways. You know this one? Nice. Are you still there, Electro? We're talking about your country's worst ever train disaster
known as an excursion train, to pick them up at Armagh Station. Planned to leave out by 10 a.m., the trip would be roughly 40 kilometers to Warrenpoint, a relatively simple 1 to 2 hour train ride each way. The railway put together a train 15 cars long, 13 of which dedicated to passengers, as the expected number of attendees was over 900. It's been said the Warrenpoint seaside location was a destination for all religious denominations, and the trip attracted many others simply for the chance to get a cheap ticket to the resort. The remaining 2 vehicles being brake vans, train cars that are heavier, and either a combination of third-class passenger vehicle and guard compartment, as is known in the industry, where a crewman operates the brake handle, or a separate car on its own used specifically to aid only in stopping power, each being manned by 1 crewman. 1 combination brake third carriage would be at the rear, and a dedicated brake van toward the front, just behind the engine and coal tender car. A heavy fog prevailed that day as the train left the station by 10:15 a.m., running late by 15 minutes. As they departed Armagh Station, it was slightly chaotic with so many excited children on board, and the fact the cars were so crowded. Many passengers were even allowed into the front brake van.
Yeah, they'll be back to the usual light-hearted nautical nonsense stream next week, guys. I'm sorry if all of you are feeling a bit down after this stream. I know this stream covered more serious topics than usual, but I did want to talk about train disasters in tonight's stream.
And guard compartment of the rear brake carriage, a practice railways of the time frowned upon, but hadn't. At Armagh station, it was slightly chaotic with so many excited children on board, and the fact the cars were so crowded. Many passengers were even allowed into the front brake van and guard compartment of the rear brake carriage, a practice railways of the time frowned upon, but hadn't started enforcing by this point, nor did they lock the door securely between the passenger cars and brake compartments. Just beyond the outskirts of Armagh, though, the train began decelerating steadily, having never picked up a great deal of speed to begin with. And for the next mile and a half, on the long uphill gradient out of town, it would never get back up to speed. In fact, at roughly 2 miles outside of town now, slowly and finally nearing the top of the long, uphill climb, the entire train would come to a complete stop. The light-duty locomotive, even with a full head of steam, still unable to accelerate any further.
Damn it.
Just 500 feet or less from the
I do feel bad for all the people who didn't survive. Thank you, John Murray.
hill's crest. The train had stalled.
I know, Damo. More people died in Armagh than Hinton.
Full head of steam.
Nearly 4 times as many people died in the Armagh disaster than Hinton. Yeah, many of the train disasters we covered in this stream have been worse than others, that's what I will say. Quinton's Hill was definitely the worst one we talked about, the one where the most people died.
Steam, still unable to accelerate any top backed at roughly 2 miles outside of town now, slowly and finally nearing the top of the long, uphill climb. The entire train would come to a complete stop. The light-duty locomotive, even with a full head of steam, still unable to accelerate any further, just 500 feet or less from the hill's crest. The train had stalled. While the train sat, with brakes applied and staying safely in place, Mr. Elliot, the station master's chief clerk and ranking company officer, riding along in the engine with the driver and fire tender, hastily let the driver know that they should divide the train at the 5th and 6th cars in order to get the front portion over the hill, with the intention of pulling the 5 cars off to the siding at Hamilton's Bond Station, roughly 4 miles down the line. Then, come back with the locomotive for the remaining 9 passenger carriages and rear brake third carriage. The driver, Thomas McGrath, who was new to this route, would defer to Mr. Elliot's judgment. Mr. Elliot, walking alongside, approached the rear of the train to speak with Thomas Henry, the rear brake carriage crewman, instructing him quickly to apply his brake and scotch the wheels with stones. Scotching the wheels being placing an object between the wheel and the track to further prevent them from rolling, in this instance, improvising though with stones found outside.
Okay, both applying the brake and scotching the wheels does sound like a good idea on paper, but would it work in this case?
Not ideal, as they can be more easily overcome than proper wheel scotches. Henry had applied the brake though, as was typical procedure when coming to a stop.
Yes.
Mr. Elliot then made his way back within earshot of William Moorhead, the front brake van's crewman, waved him down to join him at about the 5th car, and instructed him to uncouple the train just in front of the 6th car.
Wheel scotches. They're known as well, in the aviation world, they're known as chocks, they're known as rail scotches in the railway
Shot of William Moorhead, the front brake van's crewman, waved him down to join him at about the 5th car.
Yeah, why didn't they think of that? Just have a double
The front
header.
brake van's crewman, waved him down to join him at about the 5th car, and instructed him to uncouple the train just in front of the 6th car. Mr. Moorhead uncoupled the 2 cars and the train remained firmly in place. After doing so, Mr. Elliot told him to go ahead to the station at Hamilton's Bond and hurry back with the engine. Mr. Moorhead let the driver know this, jumped back into his brake van, and upon releasing the brake, felt the van move back roughly a foot or so. Into his brake van, and upon releasing the brake, felt the van move back roughly a foot or so. Mr. Henry, outside the train, had scotched the wheels of the rear brake van, and was putting down a few extra under the wheels of the next car when he felt it rolling back as well. Jumping back into the now rolling rear brake carriage, and with the help of some passengers, they tried as best they could to get another turn of the brake handle to no avail. Mr. Elliot ran to catch it, jumped up alongside yelling at them to apply more, but the handbrake was already applied as much as possible. Screaming, "Oh my God, we will all be killed," Mr. Elliot jumped off at a reported 20 miles per hour, tumbling in the grass alongside. Mr. Moorhead jumped from the front brake van to give chase on foot, hoping to recouple the two cars before it was too late. He unfortunately tripped and tumbled twice, though, and did not reach the runaway portion, now accelerating back toward Armagh. The slight rollback, or slack, of the train, when the driver took the brakes off preparing to move forward, was just enough to bump the 10 separate cars back, such that they came free and began to roll, steadily.
Even with the brakes applied. God.
The slight rollback, or slack, of the train, when the driver took the brakes off preparing to move forward, was just enough to bump the 10 separate cars back, such that they came free and began to roll, steadily increasing their distance from the front section. The driver, Mr. McGrath, would reverse the engine in an attempt to, maybe, catch up with the 10 runaway vehicles, but this effort was in vain. The loose portion was accelerating now, down the long grade much too quickly. Mr. Henry in the rear brake van would watch as the speed increased to the point where everything out the windows started to go by so quickly that even the hedges could not be seen as they were passed. The heavily loaded 10 cars had been gathering speed now for over a mile, down the steep grade. Back at Armagh station, roughly 20 minutes prior, the regularly scheduled 10:35 a.m. Armagh Newry passenger train had departed. A train consisting of one horse boxcar, a front brake van, 3 passenger carriages, and a rear brake van. This train, pulling much less load than the excursion train, had reached 20 to 30 miles per hour before it had even fully left town. Mr. Hurd, the train's fire tender, caught glimpse of something ahead coming toward them on the tracks. Being on the right side of the driver's box meant the slight curve in the track ahead, luckily, afforded him a view of the oncoming runaway cars. Mr. Hurd immediately called out loudly, "Hold." Mr. Murphy, the train's driver, blasted the whistle, shut off steam, and applied the brakes with full force. Hurd also leapt into action, reversing the steam, and both brake van crewmen also immediately applied their handbrakes. The 10:35 train had slowed now to roughly 5 miles per hour. With all reverse and brakes fully applied, Mr. Hurd jumped off the locomotive to the right, tumbling down the steep grass embankment, as Murphy remained on board the engine, bracing himself as best he could in those final moments. The collision was catastrophic. The first 3 cars of the runaway excursion train completely disintegrated against the engine of the 10:35 train, their flimsy wooden parts and even wheel assemblies effectively exploding down the sides of each embankment. The runaway train finally came to a stop, with the now 4th rear vehicle narrowly avoiding destruction. Murphy, the 10:35 engine's driver, still clinging to it, said after the initial instant dead stop, the engine shook, the cars separated from it, and it slumped over to the right of the tracks. Its heavy weight presumably brought it to rest on its side, just avoiding tumbling further down. The engine had somehow separated from its tinderbox, and the tinderbox and horse car began rolling together, with the rest of the 10:35 train also rolling separately back down the incline. The driver, Murphy, came to and gave chase on foot, using the tender car's handbrake to stop it and the horse box. The rear brake van crewman, Mr. Graham, having been knocked off his feet in the impact, quickly came to, realizing the brake released again somehow in the impact, and that they were rolling backwards. He was able to stop his remaining portion promptly as well. Both portions only going about a quarter mile, and reaching speeds of roughly 5 miles per hour, the actions of Mr. Murphy and Mr. Graham averting further disaster, with Armagh station easily within rolling distance behind. The scene at the collision site, though, was horrifying. In all, a reported 400 were injured, and of the 89 souls lost, 46 were children.
I thought it was 80.
All crew members had survived from both trains, and miraculously, even Mr. Henry in the rearmost passenger brake compartment, albeit a separate compartment that has substantially more iron in its construction than the flimsy passenger carriages. Initial fact-finding, investigations, and subsequent employee interviews would be performed by the UK Board of Trade's Railway Department, with their initial report published just short of 1 month later, on July 8th of 1889. The findings, which would lead to sweeping industry-wide safety reform throughout UK railways, painted a picture of such gross negligence by so many that should there have been a lack of sweeping reform in the face of such a shocking, tremendous loss, it can't be understated how abhorrent inaction would have been. And for their parts, those crew interviewed, even those who would be found at direct fault, were very forthcoming. At Dundalk Station's locomotive department, where Great Northern Railway housed and dispatched this area's locomotives, the railway company received the excursion train request. A request to accommodate a party of 800 passengers, mostly children, and 13 vehicles, the planned weight being approximately 157 tons when loaded. The primary locomotive foreman and superintendents being absent, the plans made in their
142 tons up there.
vehicles, the planned weight being approximately 157 tons when loaded. The primary locomotive foreman and superintendents being absent, the plans the primary locomotive foreman and superintendents being absent, the plans made in their stead by a Mr. William Fenton. The locomotive chosen, number 86, a light-duty steam engine that was considered just enough for the originally planned 13 cars. Thomas McGrath
primarily used 440s. This one, number 86, was a 240. Yeah, I'm fine, just a little bit. Something went down wrong.
Considered just enough for the originally planned 13 cars. Thomas McGrath, the soon-to-be driver of the excursion train, was new to driving the route, the engine, and excursion trains altogether. He had acted only as fire tender prior to this point and took notice of the lackluster engine situation, but was reluctant to outright object to this engine's assignment.
It was
at Armagh Station.
This engine was clearly not strong enough to pull 15 coaches
Prior to this point,
the
engine and excursion trains altogether. He had acted only as fire tender prior to this point and took notice of the lackluster engine situation, but was reluctant to outright object to this engine's assignment. At Armagh Station, when it was clear the train would be increased from 13 to 15 vehicles total, along with many more passengers than originally planned, McGrath attempted to object, but Armagh Station manager barked back at McGrath, stating, "Any driver that comes here does not grumble about taking an excursion train with him." McGrath's sense of confidence was renewed once again. However, the Board of Trade did still hold McGrath partly responsible, which we'll circle back around to shortly. It was found that both brake vehicles should have been placed at the rear, both to aid in braking for such situations, a known possibility on a route with well-known steep gradients like the Armagh Newry line, but to also ensure passengers can't
both of the brake vans had been at the back.
With well-known to aid in braking for such situations, a known possibility on a route with well-known steep gradients like the Armagh Newry line, but to also ensure passengers can't interfere with braking operations of at least the rearmost van. In the instance of the accident train, though, passengers were in and amongst both brake compartments the entire time. However, and perhaps the most horrifying of circumstances during the runaway, though, was that very few, with a great chance of near zero passengers, would have been able to bail out, as all carriage doors had been locked on both sides from the outside. Even at the time, a very controversial practice, as it had led to similar situations in the past. Stubborn station and train managers, though, by the time situations in the past. Stubborn station and train managers, though, by the time of this disaster, were still Stubborn station and train managers, though, by the time of this disaster, were still insistent on its practice, being customary at the time with excursion trains, especially those with children, to prevent them from opening doors while the train was in motion, and, supposedly, to prevent unauthorized passengers from entering the more chaotic excursion trains. Direct and primary blame, though, fell to the lack of manual braking power, has
doing something similar on
passenger
the Friday before the 200th anniversary of the Stockton and Darlington Railway, Levco. I am going to be doing a stream dedicated to 19th century trains as my little dedication to Railway 200.
from entering the more chaotic excursion trains.
For a unicorn.
Direct and primary blame, though, fell to the lack of manual braking power, as stated at the rear. More importantly, combined with the lack of a continuous vacuum automatic braking system. At the time,
Yeah, this is what led to automatic vacuum brakes being introduced across all railways. That's where if an air pipe breaks, air immediately goes into the coach's braking system, slamming the brakes on and preventing them from running backwards. The Armada
the lack of manual braking power, as stated at the rear. More importantly, combined with the lack of a continuous manual braking power, as stated at the rear. More importantly, combined with the lack of a continuous vacuum automatic braking system. At the time, train braking systems were still evolving. The simple vacuum braking system had been widely adopted and was more powerful than its steam-powered predecessor. But it was not automatic in the event of cars dividing, hoses uncoupling, and so on. Brakes on each car would end up releasing at the loss of pressure. In the continuous automatic system, to oversimplify, the hoses running the length of the entire train in each car's independent braking system maintained a vacuum or zero atmospheric pressure. In other words, the brakes were released while this lack of pressure, or basically zero air inside the lines, was maintained. The driver could apply brake pressure through controls that allowed air back into the system. So, the amount of air rushing back into the system dictated the amount of brake pressure. Now, more importantly, if a dividing of cars, an accident, or any other damage occurs that allows air to rush back into the system, and especially if it returns to atmospheric pressure levels, the vacuum continuous brakes are automatically forced back into the maximum braking position and remain there indefinitely, effectively making every vehicle immovable without the intervention of vacuum introduced back into the brake lines. The Armagh excursion train was only equipped with a simple vacuum system, one of many passenger trains of the time period that railway companies throughout the UK didn't feel necessary to upgrade, and the braking force of the manual, hand crank systems of each brake van are dependent on the amount of turn in the crank. Most causal, though, was the rushed, poor decision-making by Mr. Elliot. In the time period, it wasn't uncommon to get assistance from oncoming trains on the same line, knowing full well the 10:35 a.m. train would be en route.
Why didn't he do that? I didn't even think of that exactly, Neon. Why didn't he just wait? If they knew the 10:35 train was coming, why not just flag that train down and have it help push the stalled train up the hill? That would have been so much more logical than uncoupling the middle of the train and then moving it over the hill in two parts. That would have been so much more logical.
Most causal, though, was the rushed, poor decision to turn in the crank. Most causal, though, was the rushed, poor decision-making by Mr. Elliot. In the time period, it wasn't uncommon to get assistance from oncoming trains on the same line, knowing full well the 10:35 a.m. train would be en route. The decision to immediately send a signalman to run back to the minimum 1,200 yards, or 1,100 meters, and flag down the following train would mean with minimal hassle they could have allowed the assistance of the 10:35 to push them, at the very least, to Hamilton's Bond Station, both trains losing little time in the process, and the 10:35 even staying relatively on schedule. Mr. Elliot's plan, however, to hastily divide the train, aside from the obvious ramifications of this tragedy, meant at least an extra 20 minutes blocking the Armagh-Newry line, going back and forth to Hamilton's Bond. With the divided portions, had the plan even worked.
Yeah, and it would have delayed the 10:35 even further. Absolutely ridiculous.
More importantly, according to their own company's rulebook, regardless of the reasons, rule number 223, when a train is stopped from any cause, the guard, brake van crewman turned signalman, must immediately go back 1,200 yards to stop any following train. The guard must not return until recalled by the engine's driver sounding the whistle. Mr. Elliot was also ultimately responsible to ensure the rear brake van was in a proper state to hold the train securely prior to separation. Separating cars along train lines when not at a station being somewhat of a big deal. And he was to ensure the train holds position until the brake van crewman has confirmed he's on board and ready. In this instance, Mr. Elliot, instead of verifying Mr. Henry's brake status, ordered him quickly out of the compartment to Scotch wheels, then giving the order to Mr. Moorhead to divide the train and have McGrath get underway to Hamilton's Bond, while Mr. Henry was still outside his brake compartment.
Ridiculous.
Mr. Elliot, also outranking the driver Thomas McGrath, prior to even getting underway from Armagh Station, should have insisted in overriding anyone's decision to attempt the incline with this engine without assistance. McGrath's lacking knowledge of steam
So many factors led to that
engine without assistance. McGrath's lacking knowledge of steam engine management as driver was found indirectly to blame. Despite the engine lacking in power, even McGrath himself used a previous example of the same number 86 engine carrying out a similar task he witnessed in the past, up the same gradient with 15 cars and nearly the same weight, as part of his reasoning and confidence to continue with this particular engine alone. The Board of Trade confirmed this experimental run McGrath referred to in the past did legitimately take place, and that the same engine pulled all 15 cars as high as 15 miles per hour over the summit. The difference? The run in question took place with a much more experienced driver at the controls. In his interview, Mr. Henry's personal recounting of his application of the brakes at the rear van before exiting to Scotch wheels with rocks also remained in question. This tragedy at the time, Europe's worst ever railway accident, brought about a plethora of sweeping, meaningful, immediate change to UK railway practice.
We're very nearly at the end of the stream now, Levco.
Before exiting to Scotch wheels with rocks also remained in question. This tragedy at the time, Europe's worst ever railway accident, brought about a plethora of sweeping, meaningful, immediate change to UK railway practices that can be seen even today. The Regulation of Railways Act of 1889, essentially dethroning each private railway company over their own safety procedures and establishing direct state intervention and proper authority over such matters, was...
We briefly talked about the Regulation of the Railways Act and the Railway Safety Stream.
1889, essentially dethroning each private railway company over their own safety procedures and establishing direct state intervention and proper authority over such matters, was enacted within just 2 months as a direct result of the Armagh disaster. The block telegraph system, a system of both automated and manually operated signals along every rail line, connected via telegraph wires, would revolutionize the signaling of blocks or sections of track, indicating when each section is either accessible or occupied by a current train, providing enough time and distance for any oncoming train to slow or completely stop until the section ahead is clear, along with interlocks of these systems to prevent signal conflicts. The continuous vacuum automatic brake system, after investigations, was found to be equipped on only 6 individual vehicles in all of Ireland. It would now be mandatory.
Six. The automatic vacuum brakes were only equipped on 6 individual vehicles in all of Ireland. Bloody hell.
6 individual vehicles in all of Ireland. It would now be mandatory for the UK as a whole. Many of these private railway companies, of course, did try and push back, pleading as to why they should still self-regulate. But these accidents, for similar reasons to the Armagh, pleading as to why they should still self-regulate. But these accidents, for similar reasons to the Armagh disaster, had been adding up, and the loss of life to such egregious, unpredictable decision-making and lack of standardization between vehicles, lines, and systems could no longer be ignored. The subsequent trial, or inquest, also commenced rather quickly as well. A reported 6 railway employees went under investigation between the planners at Dundalk and accident train crew, 3 of which ending up charged with manslaughter, Mr. Elliot and 2 others. The cases, however, ended up dropped, with Mr. Elliot acquitted and the other 2 dismissed thereafter. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Hurd and the crew of the 10:35 a.m. train applauded as heroes in their quick actions preventing further disaster, taking action even after being rocked by the impact. A very poignant memorial was unveiled in 2014 in the city center of Armagh.
List of all the killed people. 7 years old, died at 7 years old. Oh, that's so sad. 58-year-old. Johnson Mary, her age was never done. Oh my god, a 2-year-old was killed in that crash. Oh. I firmly believe that the younger someone is when they die, the more tragic their death is. So an infant dying is way, way sadder and much more tragic than like a 100-year-old dying of natural causes. Of course, anyone's death is still sad, but if it's like a 100-year-old person passing away, then at least they didn't die in suffering, and at least they've already lived a very long, fulfilling life. And the fact that they live so long is something to be celebrated. But when it's like someone as young as 2 years old dying, that is like so much more tragic. It's fine, Neon. One of the victims of the Armagh train disaster was only 2 years old. So sad. Two Thomases, where? So sad. Right. This is where taken away immediately is very tragic indeed. Yeah, once again, guys, the younger you are, I do believe that the younger you are when you die, the more tragic your death is. It also, of course, depends on your actual cause of death. Like, a 100-year-old person dying of natural causes, while still sad, is a lot less tragic than a 2-year-old being killed in an accident. That's what I think. Because at least then, the 100-year-old has already lived a very nice, long, fulfilling life. Right, we're going to end now. I guess the only thing I have left to say at the end of this stream is thank you all so much for watching, and rest in peace to every single person killed in all the disasters we've covered tonight. I hope you all found this stream informative. I know it wasn't the happiest of topics tonight, guys, but this was still a topic I wanted to cover. So I'm sorry if some of you were put off by tonight's stream because of that, but this was a topic I still wanted to cover. I hope you all enjoyed this stream regardless. This stream wasn't quite as enjoyable as I hoped it would be. I was hoping the chat would be a bit more active, and I was hoping Odd would be here for a lot longer than just 5 minutes, but oh well, I was hoping... No, Damo, it's not relevant to the stream. And I was hoping Electro would be here for a bit longer, and be around for when we showed Ireland's worst ever train disaster, but oh well. Thank you all so much for watching regardless, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed. You've learned a life with such a sad loss of life indeed. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me. Train Lover 16 if you haven't already, to stay tuned for my upcoming content. Also, don't forget to follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky. Join my Discord server. Oh, you're back, Odd. How come you left for such a long time? How come you left for such a long time, Odd? Hold on, guys. I just want to know why Odd left for such a long time. Yes, a very late Odd cameo. Have you been here this whole time, Odd, but just dead silent? Oh, you just got distracted. You've had the stream open, but you just got distracted, I see. Well, we've talked about many, many tragic disasters in this stream, Odd, including one where drivers fell asleep at the controls because the railway company made them work so many hours constantly. You're probably ending now. I understand, Odd. Yeah, once again, guys, I'm sorry this doesn't... If you were put off by this. Randomly came back? Oh. Just got distracted. Well, we were talking about a lot of disasters tonight, Odd, including the Hinton disaster, where it was caused by Canadian National overworking their employees, not giving them enough rest, and making them work 21-hour shifts. Isn't that crazy, Odd? A railway company making its employees work up to 21-hour shifts and not even dismissing employees with serious health problems. The brothel. Yeah, the driver in the Hinton disaster, Jack Hudson. The driver in the Hinton disaster, Jack Hudson, had serious health problems, and it was theorized that he was either so tired that he fell asleep at the controls, or he had a heart attack or stroke, or diabetic comatose due to his health problems. Isn't that crazy, Odd, how a railway company would be willing to employ a sick person, a chronically ill person, or... And on top of that, make them work such long hours. But isn't that crazy, Odd? We talked about so many other disasters tonight caused by human error, technical design flaws, all sorts of disasters. In all sorts of countries. Some more tragic than others, some more infamous than others. Close all railways to prevent this. No. Well, if diabetic comatose is a thing, cause it, then Jack Hudson probably did have type 1 diabetes. In fact, sod it, I'll just go until 11:30 to make it exactly 5 hours and then end. But if there's one thing we can all agree came as a positive thing that's come from all these train disasters, I think we can all agree that one positive thing that's come from all these train disasters is that it has helped to introduce much stronger safety features that still save lives on railways all over the world today. That's one good thing that can come out of this. What do you mean? Is that to imply that you don't agree, Odd? How is the introduction of brand new railway safety systems not a good thing, whether it's through a disaster or otherwise? But I do agree with the term that for every safety feature there was an accident. So yeah, this was a sequel. Once again, guys, this was a sequel to tonight's, to the railway safety stream I did not too long ago. Most time I crashed a train in space, Jesus. Yes. So many disasters occurred. What thing we were supposed to agree on? Oh. Okay, that's fair, Odd. And, invented the condom? No, not that kind of safety device. Things like the automatic warning system, which stops trains if the driver doesn't respond to the audible warning it gives, the automatic warning system, when approaching a caution or danger signal. And also things like vacuum brakes. And not using dangerous stuff on trains, like not combining wooden-bodied, easily flammable coaches with gas-powered lighting, as was the case in the huge fire that occurred in the Quintonsill disaster. Yeah. So lessons were learned from all these disasters by so many people. And as a result, safety first indeed, and as a result, our railways of the world, all over the world, are much safer than ever before. And they will continue to get more and more safe. But unfortunately, in some cases, it will be at the cost of some people's lives. Yep, unfortunately, there's no way around it. There will still be many more train disasters that occur all over the world in the future. And we don't know where, we don't know when, we don't know how, but it's inevitable. But even though train disasters have become far less frequent over the years, it is inevitable that some are still going to happen. So to all the future victims of all future train disasters and their families, I hope you get through what you will eventually go through. And they could all be prevented with condoms. Bloody hell, no, not condoms, other safety devices. Problem solved. Oh dear. So, moral of all these stories, I guess, is get enough sleep, don't do drugs, make sure you're in good health before applying for a job on the railways. Make sure all your signals and points are working properly. Don't do dumb things like uncoupling the middle of trains on hills. Don't build coaches out of easily flammable materials and fit them with gas-powered lighting. No, Stan, you're actually 6 times safer on trains than you are in a car. But as I was saying, don't do any of that. Install automatic warning systems or similar systems on your trains. Make sure your trains are of a sound construction. Basically, so parts don't fly off them. Just use condoms because children stink and are ugly. Just make sure your trains are as safe as possible before you commit to running them out on the tracks. Because if they're not safe, it will result in the loss of life. Anyway, that for real this time, that is the end of this stream. I'm really tired now. It's nearly midnight here in England. I really must get off to sleep now. Thank you all so much for watching tonight, guys. Hope you all enjoyed. And now, for real this time, please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, Train Lover 16, if you haven't already, to stay tuned for my upcoming content. Also, ensure full maintenance. Exactly, Neon. You must ensure full maintenance of all trains and railways and the infrastructure they use before you commit to getting passengers out on the tracks. Why are you tired? It's against the law. It's not against the law. Well, yeah, it was good tonight, Electro. Thank you to everyone who came. Thank you to Odds and Electro for coming back just before we end. Yeah, go and follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky. Join my Discord server. Go and buy my novel, The Spy and the Superdog, if you haven't already. Also, go check out my eBay profile and maybe see if you want to buy any of my things that I've got for sale there. And I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everyone.